o'clock, 6:01.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our City Council meeting for August 27, 2025. And we'll start with the flag salute by Councilmember Middleton. Please rise. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Middleton.
Present.
Councilmember Nelson.
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lopez Taff.
Here.
And Mayor Karpinski Costa.
Present. Next item, please.
This meeting of the Citrus Heights City Council is live and recorded with closed captioning. It is cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. It is also live streamed at citrusheights.net. Tonight's meeting replays on Monday, September 1st at 9 a.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14, and this meeting can also be viewed on the city's YouTube channel.
Next item, please.
Next item is approval of agenda.
Move approval?
Second.
We're all here. We're all here, so we don't need a roll call vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Passes. Next item, please.
Next item is presentation number 4, proclamation honoring Renee Larshid for 38 years of service to the Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce.
I have volunteered to read this proclamation myself. Where is she?
Renee, come over.
Where's Renee? Are there any Citrus Heights Chamber Chamber representatives? There she is.
Here I am.
You're back up,
And Sherry.
her boss.
Don't call me up.
38 years of service, it's a long time. So I'm going to do our proclamation first, and then I think there's some other proclamations for you. Okay, so I'm going to start with ours. Proclamation of the City of Citrus Heights honoring Renee Larshid for her service as a membership services and office administrator for the Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce. Whereas Renee Larshid faithfully served the Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce for 38 years, where her leadership, professionalism, and commitment have made a lasting impact on the business community. And whereas Renee earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in Communication Studies from California State University, Sacramento, and is a 2004 graduate of the Institute for Organization Management. Whoa! A prestigious 4-year chamber executive training program offered by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, demonstrating her dedication to higher education and professional growth. And whereas, with 38 years working with the Chamber to help promote and support local businesses and Chamber members, Renee has become a staple in the local business world. She is a consistent leader in helping local businesses find resources and aided in the organization of countless Chamber luncheons, which we've shared in too. The annual Best of Citrus Heights Awards dinner, which we recently had, the Community Awards dinner, been busy, networking mixers, numerous ribbon-cutting ceremonies for new businesses opening in Citrus Heights and other events. And whereas Renee's efforts have strengthened partnerships, championed local businesses, and contributed greatly to the economic vitality and community spirit of the City of Citrus Heights, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Citrus Heights does hereby commend Renee Larshid for her 38 years of dedicated service to Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce and wishes her a fulfilling and well-deserved retirement.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
I would.
Or your boss could
I would
say a
like-
few words on your behalf as well?
I would like to say a few words. Mayor Karpinski Costa, Vice Mayor Lopez Taff, Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Schaefer, Councilmember Nelson. I am truly honored to receive this proclamation from you. I feel wonderful, and I feel that this is the best thing that's ever happened to me. And I am truly grateful to have had the opportunity to work with so many amazing people in our community over the last 38 years. And my experience being on the Chamber team has always been deeply rewarding. And I just want to thank everyone for this amazing and incredible journey. Thank you so much.
I just want to thank Renee. When I took over last March, one thing I said, do not retire. Please, I need you. And she at least gave me 15 months. And so I don't know what I would have done without her. Her historical knowledge, her love for this community has just been amazing. And I wish her just all the happiness in the world.
So we're going to have some comments for you from our council members, and we'll save your proclamation for the photo time. We'll come down after the other ones, so we'll do them, so you have them all at one time. Councilmember Nelson, would you like to say some words?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Renee, thank you for all that you've done for the Chamber and therefore for the city. Every Chamber event that I've attended has always felt really welcoming and inviting, and I have to attribute that to your knowledge, your service, and your expertise, pardon me. And so thank you very much. I'm happy to see you go into retirement, and I hope that you have a wonderful time in retirement, and I hope to see you around still.
I'll be around.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember.
Well, Renee, you've been with this chamber longer than the city's been a city. What changes you've seen?
Yes.
Congratulations. Again, I will just echo Councilmember Nelson's comments with regard to the chamber events are so wonderful and really well done, and I know you're a big part of that. I want to thank you for all of your service, and I'm sure we'll see each other around. I know you live here in town, and
She
and
lives in
welcome
my
to
neighborhood.
stop by any-
She should be part of SOAR.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Middleton?
Renee, you have always been that person I look forward to seeing whenever there's an event. Even when I'm confused and I don't know where I'm going at the events, you always been so kind and pointing me in the right direction. And that just speaks to the service that you give every single individual that you've touched with the Chamber. I've watched you from coming through and going through Leadership Citrus Heights. I've watched you answer tough questions, and really the most important thing I've ever learned from you, and I'm sure the community members who have businesses have ever learned, is that how to take a photo for a ribbon cutting, right? Squeeze in tight, hold the ribbon, don't cut until I say cut. I hope that the person who takes over after you, I hope you have that written down, because that is a technique that is hard to master, and every one of our pictures, when you go back and look through our ribbon cuttings, are perfect, they're pristine, and it's because of you and your dedication and your attention to detail. I can't wait to see what you do next. I know you're going to have a blast for a couple of months, but we hope to see you back here and around town and reaching out and just doing what you do, which is connecting people.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hi, Renee.
Hi.
It was so much fun to meet you several years ago when I had my own business and I was just starting out, and you were that friendly, calm face who was really introducing me to the concept of a chamber. And I remember you just really be gently leading me through the process and saying, you know, it's going to be great. You're going to meet some great people. And you really helped me get through those first few years of being a business owner. And so from the other side of the equation, I really thank you for that, for being that gentle, calm voice of reassurance for someone who was new like I was in business, and leading us to great places to meet other people and enjoy being a business owner for the first time. So thank you, Renee, and I know you have great plans for yourself. Safe travels, because I know you already have those planned, and we hope to see you around town.
Thank you so much. I will be around town, I promise.
I think Councilmember Schaefer hit the button when he said, you've been here longer than a city, because when we became a city, I think Jeannie Bruins was the head of the chamber then.
Yes.
Was the Sherry Merrick of yore. And so we've come a long way since then, and you were the one stable thing that kept the chamber as we went through, executive director after executive director, you were always there. And I'll tell you, you are the ribbon-cutting queen. You are. You're faithful to all the businesses. When we used to do the breakfasts and you got all the networking breakfasts, and that was incredible. And so the businesses, on behalf of all the businesses of Citrus Heights, of the chamber members, businesses, we're going to miss you. Because you are, I don't know that Sherry can replace you. I don't think,
She will. Sherry can do it.
no, you're irreplaceable.
Thank you.
So-
You're very kind.
So I'm really sorry to see you go, but now, you are in Area 10. I just want
I
to
know.
point out that, when you have free time and you want to just stop by our meetings and find out what we're doing, there you
I appreciate the invitation. Thank you.
Okay.
I really do.
go. Okay,
And thank you so much for your comments. I'm very touched by your comments, so thank you very much.
we have some more proclamations.
Oh.
So we have a proclamation, and then we'll join down and give her all of them. We'll have a picture taken. So the next one we have from Congressman Barrett's office. Who's here? Who's here? I can't see.
It's Josh. Hey, it's Josh.
Okay, Josh, I'm sorry, I don't see. I can't see past this, so.
You're good.
I know she's standing there only because I hear her little soft voice.
Do you want me to come up? Or-
Yes, please.
Oh, fantastic.
And you can read your proclamation if
Fantastic.
you want.
We'll go here. So I actually have something else, and I know I gave you something earlier, but I'd like to echo the comments made by our council.
Microphone.
But I just want to say thank you for all your hard work and dedication to our community. I know it's going to make a lasting impact on all of us here. And on a personal note, I'd like to say thank you for always sending me reminders, because I forget, I tend to forget some of our events and meetings, and so I appreciate all you've done for me in the past year and a half I've been with the office. And on behalf of Congressman Ami Bera, I'd like to present you with a certificate of congressional recognition to help wish you a great retirement.
Thank you so very much.
That's true, you get all of our elected officials, representatives to everything. Well, that's new. And from Senator Nealo's office? Who's here?
Kasim.
Okay.
Hi, Renee.
Hi
Once
there.
again.
Yes.
On behalf of Senator Nilo, the entire California State Senate, just wanted to thank you and congratulate you with your retirement. As Josh pointed out, I always appreciate your gentle reminders about the luncheons and different ribbon cuttings. I just wanted to say again, thank you for your hard work and dedication to the community of Citrus Heights, to the Citrus Heights Chamber. You've obviously played a key role right in these 38 years in many different programs and projects done by the Chamber. So with that being said, I would like to present you with the certificate of recognition, and we're working on a legislative resolution, again, to honor you and to thank you for your hard work. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And from Assemblyman Hoover's office, Natalia, is that you?
Hi, Renee. Hi, everyone. Renee, I can't believe you're leaving us, but you're such an amazing person, and it was so great getting to know you. And really, the ribbon cuttings are spot on because of you. And the other thing is, the reminders are spot on. The lunches, the ribbon cuttings, just any event. And you had such a great partner, and Sherry, and you guys were such a power couple, and it's just such an it's amazing that you're retiring, and I'm excited for you, and I'm happy for you. Enjoy and relax. And on behalf of Assemblyman Josh Hoover, I'd love to present this certificate for you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And last but not least, she's here in person. Supervisor Rosario Rodriguez. Hi.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and Ash. It is an honor to be here today, Renee, to recognize you and the work that you have done. Aside from being a Sacramento County supervisor, I'm also a business owner. I've been in business for 10 years, and so I know the hard work that goes on behind what you do. But I got to tell you, Citrus Heights, hiring that woman right there, Sherry, she is amazing.
Yeah.
And she will bring an energy and really encourage businesses to thrive and get involved and get engaged. And so that was one good find on your part. I do want to read a couple of I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I am going to read a couple of things that really stand out in your 38 years of service to the Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce. That through your dedication, Renee has guided the Chamber with vision, professionalism, and steadfast commitment in strengthening the economic foundation of Citrus Heights, fostering collaboration between the business leaders, community partners, and local government, where Renee's outstanding service reflects the highest standard of excellence and integrity, earning her the admiration and respect of colleagues, business owners, and residents alike. So Renee, on your retirement, I wish you all the best. On behalf of the Sacramento County, the Board of Supervisors, and myself, we wish you the best.
Thank you so very much.
I think that's it for proclamations. We'll do some photos now. We'll do is take a picture of the council, and then you can have pictures with your electeds and your and Sherry, however you want to do it.
Take the photos, so you come down.
Okay, we're going to come down.
Let her. She needs to be the. I know. How are you going to hold all those? Do you want to fan them out, or have the city council hold them? Yes. Oh yeah. Well, definitely for the group photo. Yes. Right behind you. Paparazzi. So now they're all going to hold. I would like to do one with all of you, and then. Board, get ready. I want you guys in a picture too. Citrus Heights Chamber Board, get ready. I want you in a photo. Stand up. Okay, City Council, and then Board, come on up. And Judy, our volunteer, come on up. If we all fit in there. Congrats, Renee!
I'll sit the other one.
I like this seat better because the light's not as bright there. Okay. Next item, please.
The next item is presentation number 5, presentation by Campus Life Connection on their fiscal year 24-25 nonprofit community support grant.
Well, greetings, Mayor and City Council. Great to be here. Thank you for having us. I'm Ed Kaczmarek. I'm the Executive Director of Campus Life Connection, the organization that has partnered with Citrus Heights. Well, for many years before my time, I've been the Executive Director for 3 years, and I know that I've met Jeannie Bruins, and I know I've heard a lot of the stories of back in the day. And for a long time, Campus Life Connection has partnered with the City of Citrus Heights to make positive change along Sayonara Avenue, Sayonara Drive. So I also want to introduce Eleazar Jones. He is the brand-new director of the Sayonara Center. If you remember Julie Habib, she was our hero, and this is our new hero. So Julie actually knew Eleazar because he worked at the Sayonara Center in the past. So he knew exactly what he was getting into when he came back from being a school teacher to join us again. So we're excited to have Eleazar as well. We want to report on the results of the funding from the 2024 to 2025 community support funding. And I'll be as brief as possible. I also want to tell everybody, regret not having slides up tonight. There's so many great photos, so many great stories. But we have even something better. If you ever want to just drive down Sayonara Drive, you will see kids all over the place every day from 3 to 6 p.m. At the center. So drive slow, and then knock on the door and say hi to us, and Ellie will meet you there, or one of our other staff or volunteers. Just a quick report. The Sayonara Center currently benefits 90 underserved, low-income, vulnerable, and at-risk youth in 1st through 12th grades, and their families. The Sayonara Center has quite a diverse group that it serves. Over 52 families are registered. What we do there, I believe, impacts lives, not only in a kid's life, but also can transform families and can bring positive life change to everybody that we encounter. We do lots of events and activities. We do daily service at the center. We provide meals. And I want to turn it over to Ellie to read a few more specifics about what has transpired in the past year. Ellie.
How's it going, everyone? Thank you for having us. We really appreciate you guys. Like Ed said, I'm Eleazar Jones. I'm the new site director over at Sayonara Drive. And I just want to speak to the impact of Sayonara and just all the positives and benefits for the street, the community, the parents, and the kids. So over the past year, Sayonara Center has made tremendous positive impact on the community by providing safe, nurturing environment for children and youth after school. Sayonara Center offers daily meal, like Ed had alluded to, homework support, creative activities, arts and crafts, baking. We usually have volunteers who will come and bring baking supplies for the kids and teach them different baking techniques and things of that nature. We have guest speakers who come, who will speak to the students. It could be a variety of different things. It could be financial. It could be career, and just giving the kids a different perspective of what they're used to in their environment and their environment at home as well. So we do that as well. Thanks to our dedicated volunteers, a community garden was established in the parking lot. So if you ever come, we have a little garden that's sitting a little bit further back that the kids have worked on themselves with the volunteers, being able to continue to maintenance it, making sure that everything is good. And we actually have some tomatoes that actually come from it we picked not too long ago, which is awesome. So it's a garden, but also we're getting vegetables from it as well. So it's not just there to look at, it's also we can benefit from it as well. So we have monthly parent support dinners, fostered connection, and the exchange of parent tips. So monthly we have dinners who parents will come, talk about their experiences, being able to talk to other kids' parents, and kind of support them in whatever they might be going through as well. During the summer last year, Sayonara celebrated graduations. We hosted block parties for students, their families, and neighbors on Sayonara Drive, featuring barbecue dinners. We also took 15 kids to camp last year for middle school. We took them to Santa Cruz camp there, where they were able to go to the beach. They were able to bond with each other. We took them to the boardwalk. We had group games, different things that some of these kids are not used to going. Some of these kids have never been to the beach. Some of these kids have never been to Santa Cruz, never been to the boardwalk. So being able to provide that for them through your guys' support from the center means a whole lot. And to see those kids light up, going to the beach, going to the ocean is something, it's just, you can't explain. You can't put into words. It's something that you just hold on to. So. They also went to Six Flags as well, a bunch of different activities at camp. We did swimming, basketball, hiking, group games, like I said, as well. So like last year and this year, we have dates that are for registration. Families will come, bring their kids to register at the Sayonara Center. We also have a backpack drive during that time. So families will come in, they'll register their kids. We have backpacks for them. We have school supplies, papers, binders, rulers, whatever they might need. And also, too, if there's things that they might need that we don't have, we'll go out and make sure that we provide them for them, which is also an amazing thing as well. So, this year, just like last year, we also took kids to camp, middle school and high school. So we took high school kids not too long ago. I would say about 2-3 weeks ago, we took them to a camp in Santa Cruz. And the same kind of thing, we're able to take them to the beach, have group games, swimming, basketball, things of that nature. And being able to see some of those kids that just, like I said, that have never been to the beach, and to be able to just really bond with them and understand the impact that we have day to day. And I just also wanted to talk about certain kids that have, like Ed alluded to. I worked there at 2016 and 17, and to see some of the kids from then who are still there now, who are about to graduate from high school, and to see the impact that the center has had on them from, basically some of these kids in diapers all the way up to about to graduate, to see the impact that the center has had, and also understanding all the support that we have in the community means a whole lot. And it's great to just see how positive that impact has been. And also, I just one story quick. During Thanksgiving, when I did work there in 16, 17, we were giving out turkeys, giving out food to families, and knocking on doors just to see who maybe needed it. There was a family, knocked on the door, woman answered the door, and she was kind of confused why I was there. So I, explained, hey, we're at the Sayonara Center right down the street. We're just looking for families who maybe need some extra food. And she was like, she couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that people were just coming to her door to literally just help, just to give. And so, I kind of caught me off guard. And I said, yeah, we have turkeys, we have stuffing, we have all these different items. And she just bawled her eyes out. She just cried. And I almost cried with her too. And I just gave her a huge hug and let her know, like, hey, we're just down the street. If there's anything that you need, we're here to provide for you guys. We're here to serve. And that's why we're here. That's our heart and the community, not only with the kids, but also the parents and the neighbors in the area. So we just want to thank you guys for all your support, continued support, and just looking forward to future endeavors and partnership as well. So thank you guys so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you for coming and for the presentation. It's always good to hear how our money is being spent. And we've been there. I brought a magician there one time. I'll see if I can't get him to come back. The kids loved him. So, yeah. Next item, please.
Next item is public comment, and if you wish to address the council during the meeting, please fill out a speaker sheet and give it to myself, the city clerk. When you're called upon to speak, step forward to the podium and state your name for the record. Speakers are limited to 5 minutes each, and the mayor has the discretion to adjust the allotted time. There is a countdown display that will flash red, and it will also beep at the end of the allotted time. Consistent with the Brown Act, the council is prohibited from engaging in a discussion or taking action on any item not appearing on the agenda. So I'll go ahead. I do have a couple for the general public comment section, and then I do have several for item 11 on the agenda as well.
And you had one for another item too, didn't you? Okay, let's just go what you have.
So the first speaker, Charles Stone.
Hi, Charles.
Madam Mayor, how are you? Council members, As you guys know, my name is Charles Stone. I'm the commander for the American Legion Post 637 here in the city. I was here a couple of weeks ago to talking about the Battle of the Bands and barbecue, and now we have some more information about how many people we've been able to work with in the community. Our sponsors for this year's event is the City of Citrus Heights, Rosario Rodriguez, the Sunrise Park and Rec District, Republic Services, Jenna Karpinski Costa, Porsche Middleton, Kiwanis, the Sunrise Marketplace, the Community Marching Band, and some additional ones that we're waiting for confirmation. But as you know, for $40 of the Battle of the Bands and Barbecue, you have these barbecue companies, Tay's Bottom Line Barbecue, Tasca Tuscany, Wild Wade's Barbecue, Black Angus, and Texas Roadhouse Barbecue, along with the following three bands: the Citrus Heights Community Marching Band, Mojo Jones, and Stone River Revival. As we've said before, this is our annual fundraiser for the City of Citrus Heights to raise funds for vets in our area. Since we had McClellan, Mather, we have a very large veterans community, and we continue to help those veterans. As you guys know, a couple of weeks ago, we also gave some awards for some of our veteran service officers who helped 26 vets in our area, everything from just helping their needs to paying for their essential life needs. Pending your questions.
Aren't you honoring some special people?
So this year, for those who don't know, there are 761 Californians who died at the global war on terror since 9/11 to today, of which there are 4 that are from our city. We are honoring those 4 families. We have 2 of the families that we'll be working with at the event, and we're still trying to get a hold of the other 2 families. Unfortunately, in the last 20 years, they probably have moved out. So it's been very difficult to get a hold of them. So we are going to honor those. We are also partnering with the Boy Scouts of America to fold and unfold flags, our older generation teaching our younger generation how best to handle the flag and with the utmost respect. So that's what will be going on at the event this year.
How about those benches?
So as many of you know, the Citrus Heights Community Marching Band is building the amphitheater, and there are going to be 5 additional benches. We already have a Marine Corps bench. If you guys don't know Nicole G., she's the Marine that was in Oakmont High School who died as part of the Abbey Gate withdrawal from Afghanistan. We have a bench for her. Now they're also going to have additional benches for every single one of the armed services. So we have the Army, the Air Force, the Marine Corps, Navy, Coast Guard, and the Space Force. So there will be benches for them at the amphitheater, as well as the Daughters of the American Revolution will be presenting a bench for the Sylvan Cemetery. So at this event, we'll be honoring a whole bunch of things that are happening in this community, all focused around veterans, their families, and all that they have given back to this community.
I think that's it.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next is Melissa Hayden.
Hi, guys. Thanks for coming, Tim. Okay, so good evening, City Council members. Tonight's a big night for us, it sounds like, and it's pretty crowded back there. As you know, I am Melissa Hayden, and I'm representing Citrus Heights Rescues Animals. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight on this issue that is affecting not only our shelters, but also our community as a whole, the urgent need for a low-cost spay and neuter program here in Citrus Heights. As you know, our local shelters and rescues, fosters, independent rescuers are facing an overwhelming crisis right now with animal overpopulation. The Bradshaw Shelter, which services our community, is already over capacity. Because of this, our city's animal control will not pick up a cat unless it is sick, injured, or dying. That means all healthy stray and feral cats remain on our streets, continue to reproduce and adding to the cycle of suffering and overpopulation. Currently, our residents who want to do the right thing, who want to spay and neuter their pets or help a stray cat, are forced to go outside of our city limits for services. For many low-income families, seniors, and people with disabilities, this is simply impossible. Transportation, financial barriers all mean that they cannot access these clinics. Even if they could, the cost is staggering. In our area, spay and neuter services typically range from $350 to $850, and that does not include vaccines, microchips, and treatment for fleas and worms. In our experience, most private veterinary clinics also do not accept feral cats, which makes the situation even more difficult for community members who are trying to help. And as I want to be clear, we respect and understand the need for our veterinarians to charge their fair price. They are for-profit business and must cover their costs in order to stay open. But that leaves a large gap in care for the most vulnerable animals and the most vulnerable members of our community. That is where Field Haven would come in. As a nonprofit, they are prepared to assist in establishing the low-cost spay and neuter program here in Citrus Heights. Their goal is not to compete with our veterinarians, but rather fill the gap they cannot reasonably fill. By reducing the feral and stray cat population through affordable spay and neuter, they can save the city significant shelter costs over time. Prevention is always more cost-effective than crisis management. This program would not only benefit the animals, but also our people. In Citrus Heights, many families own pets, but due to the current economic climate, they are delaying or foregoing spay and neuter altogether. This leads to unexpected litters, high costs for families already struggling, and more animals entering the already overburdened rescue system. By offering affordable options locally, we will empower the residents to be responsible for pet ownership without forcing them to make impossible financial choices. I understand that some veterinarians may have concern about lost revenue, but the truth is, the people and rescuers who need these services most are not using our local veterinarians now because the costs are already beyond the reach. A community clinic is not taking revenue away. It's addressing the unmet need and where currently we have no solution. In fact, by stabilizing the population and helping families keep pets healthy, we believe local veterinarians will see more families turn to them for other services, like wellness visits, vaccines, or other treatments that come along the way. I'd also like to share that our group is already putting this action into words. We currently are in the process of organizing a fundraiser with Mercy Vet Hospital to support this low-cost spay and neuter in our community. We are committed to raise the funds and collaborating a partnership and being part of the solution. At the end of the day, this issue comes down to compassion, responsibility, and community well-being. The animals in our city cannot speak for themselves, but we can, and I will. Providing a low-cost spay and neuter program is one of the most effective, humane, and financially responsible ways to address the overpopulation and reduces suffering, supporting struggling families, and helps control costs for our city in the long term. I know there may be different opinions tonight, but I believe we can all agree on one thing. Our community deserves solutions, not more roadblocks. Tonight, I am asking for your support in making a local, low-cost spay and neuter program a reality here in Citrus Heights. Together, we can create a healthier, compassionate community for all. Thank you. I tried. Give me a second.
The next public comment speaker card I have is to read, and it was from Haley Polanski.
Councilmember Schaefer wants to respond to the speaker.
I don't know how, that was an item 11 address right there. What I would ask is, if you want to speak, you speak on other than agenda items, not item 11 now, okay?
Unless she has to go somewhere, can't stay.
Okay, that's your call.
It's her call.
The next item is, or the next public comment is a written public comment from Haley Polanski, and they state, residents of Alta Vista Lane, Marsala Court, and Madison Vista have an ongoing and growing issue with street parking and public safety on the south side of Alta Vista Lane, west of Almaden. This dead-end section has become an unofficial public parking area, creating serious concerns for residents. Residents have signed a petition and agreement that something needs to be done. We are experiencing alarming activity that is only increasing. These safety issues include individuals living in vehicles for multiple days, abandoned non-operational cars being left for days or weeks, open visible drug use in parked vehicles, discarded drug paraphernalia, litter, and even human waste. Additionally, disturbances and altercations involving non-residents have become more frequent. We're asking for collaboration between the community and the city to establish a balanced solution that ensures safety while preserving reasonable access for legitimate use of residents. And this has been forwarded to staff to reach out. The next written comment was from the Sarah Wheeler of the Citrus Heights Grocery Outlet. I'm writing to say that I hope the city adopts the proposed amendment to the shopping cart ordinance, clarifying that possessing a shopping cart without the business owner's written consent is a violation. This change would simplify enforcement by removing the need for officers to prove the cart was stolen from the business. We lose so many carts, and they are extremely expensive to replace. And the last written comment is from Gigi Rayford with the Citrus Heights Arts, and she states, good evening, council members. On behalf of the CH40 Arts District, I want to say thank you to the City of Citrus Heights and our community for the incredible support at our launch this past Saturday. Our grand opening was such a success, and it was amazing to see so many people come together to celebrate the start of this new chapter for our city. The murals already going up are more than paint on a wall. They are symbols of pride, creativity, and collaboration. They show what's possible when art and community come together. We want to give a special thank you to our council members, city staff, Senator Roger Nilo, and Sac Metro Fire Station Number 27 for joining us in person. Your support means so much to this art movement. We also want to thank our local businesses, Ciro's Pizza Cafe, Dark Heart Brewery, Bear Paw Outlet, all of the vendors and the community at large for being part of the day and showing how the arts and local business go hand in hand. Most importantly, we want to thank our artists. They have given their time, talent, and passion to bring this vision to life. They're helping to build not just an arts district, but a lasting legacy for Citrus Heights. We're excited for what comes next, and we look forward to building something meaningful together. And that concludes the written public comment for this section. I do have about 25 for item 11.
Oh, we're going to be here a while. Okay. Next item then.
The next item is comments by council members and regional board updates.
Councilmember Nelson, you look like you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am ready. I have a few things to list off since our last council meeting. On the 14th, I attended the Sacramento Transportation Authority meeting, which I sit on as a part of my council duties here. The meat of that meeting was that we approved a funding mechanism to help support the I Street Bridge for the city of Sacramento. And then on the 18th, I attended Neighborhood Area 1's meeting. We had a kind of mini town hall, and probably about 24 people showed up and engaged and asked questions. Some great ideas came out of that meeting too. And then on the 20th, I had the privilege of attending the tour of our PD's Emergency Comms Center. That was really exciting to see. It's kind of like the movies in there. They have all of the latest technology and all the tools they need to respond quickly to emergencies in our city. So that was really a treat to see. Then that night, we also had City Scoop at Mesa Verde High School. That was really sweet to see. Community members come out too. And then the next day, I attended the Chamber of Commerce Best of Citrus Heights dinner, which was a fantastic event.
Organized by Renee.
Yes, exactly. Thanks again, Renee. And then on the 22nd, the mayor brought me along with her as her plus one to the reception at the Crocker Art Museum, honoring the new executive director of the museum. So that was really a great
And
time
we
as
met
well.
some cool people.
We did, yeah. We made a lot of good connections in the art world.
Yep.
Yeah.
Councilmember Schaefer, what you up to?
Thank you, Mayor. Had a lot going on. On the 14th, I attended the wall raising, and I think most everybody was here for raising the walls over at Habitat for Humanity. It was a great event. And then the next morning, I had a SACOG meeting. So SACOG is our regional MPT, where if the state or federal government wants to or has funds distributed for specific projects, a lot of those funds are distributed through SACOG, through a competitive grant process. And there was $42 million awarded on the 21st. Sacramento County was the big winner there. You're going to see some big changes to Arden Way, complete streets. We had Elkhorn Boulevard, complete streets. And then also Marysville Boulevard, that's a Sac City project, that was $9 million. And so we're going to see a lot of improvements in the general county area. You know, Citrus Heights has been very successful in getting grant money. This wasn't part of this round. This really went to more of the big players that had big projects that were well prepared for that, and they did a great job. So I congratulate the city of Sacramento and the county for being successful. Again, these grants are well written, and they're for specific guidelines and projects. So we also, on that same night, we had the Best of Citrus Heights, which is a great event, always is a great event. Well done, Renee and Sherry. It was just really a lot of fun that evening. So that being said, that's kind of all I had for now, but I want to talk about this little apparatus I got going on my face right here. So I have really severe acid reflux. This is a sensor that goes into my stomach, and I got a monitor on my hip that monitors my stomach acid. So I'm not sick. I've got some issues I got to deal with, and so I'll be coping with that for the next few months anyway.
At
There's a solution.
At the end, you'll be all better.
At the end, there's light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm not sick. It's just, this is a very uncomfortable little apparatus. I was going to do this meeting from home, but considering all of the outreach on the Field Haven issue, I thought it's best that I do it. I come here for the meeting. So anyhow, thank you for your patience and having to look at me with this thing hanging off my face.
And he had his picture took with it, too.
I did.
Evidence. Councilmember Middleton.
Well, I won't be repetitive and repeat all the events that we all were at. Best part of raising the wall was actually having 15, 20 other people help you to raise said wall.
You actually raised the wall, though.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Should have watched you do it.
with the help of a lot of other folks, right? But I want to make sure that I go over the fact that for the League of California Cities, we had our Equity Advisory Committee meeting, and that was very interesting, talking about how do we make sure that we are equally representing all voices on Cal Cities boards, no matter what their backgrounds may be, if they're rural, suburbs, big city, making sure that those voices are heard. On the 15th, I also attended the unveiling of the Lincoln Highway sign at San Juan High School. What great fun, how we're tying in our Citrus Heights great history right into our community, just getting out there and just telling everybody that we have a lot of, civic and community pride. I see some couple people in the audience that I saw out there, so thank you for pulling that together. And we all went to the Best of Citrus Heights, but our police department, yet again, clean sweep, won an award. We're doing great stuff out here. Folks love us. And on a personal note, my youngest son turns 10 tomorrow, so double digits, counting down to 18 has officially begun. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
All right. Again, at the risk of duplicating too many of the activities we all attended, the unique thing I did was attended a library's 50th anniversary in South Sacramento. Southgate Library turned 50. And it was so neat to have folks talk about, I used to come here as a kid, and how libraries are super important to a childhood experience. You know, I often tell my friends at the library that I was basically hanging out at a library every day. Because like a typical latchkey kid who's a Gen Xer, you had to hang out somewhere. And my safest place was a local library. So I would come to my library at 3 o'clock, and I'd go home at 4:30. So I was the librarian's best and most favorite little helper. And so I love going to fun library things, but that was the most unique thing I did. And very similar to Councilmember Middleton, I had a great personal landmark moment by bringing my last child to college a couple of weeks ago. So pray for us. You know, we're bewildered empty nesters, and so we'll figure out what to do with the rest of our time, as if we have any more. So, thank you.
Thank you. So once again, we had the things we do together, but I have Monday with the mayor, and it's starting to be now where people are coming back for a second visit. You know, we wonder if she's still sitting there, and he's, oh, lo and behold, there she is. So I will not be there. Next week is Labor Day, so City Hall is closed. The week after, Councilmember Schaefer's filling in for me while I go get a foot injection, because my personal note is bad foot. And so the big thing I have to, well, I did go to the Crocker Art Museum. We met some terrific people, and Augustin Artiega is the new director of Crocker Art Museum, and he announced that in February they would do in 3 centuries of masters. Is that the one I heard?
6 centuries.
6 centuries of masters. So it's going to be, and he's trying to do is open the museum up to reach more ordinary people in the community and not make it so, I don't know what their entry fee is going to be, but, you know, it's always, well, you get a lot of expensive stuff in there that people might bump into. So it's like, I suppose that, you know, anyhow, he's wonderful. So I think that it was well attended, but not so much by electeds. It was more the Yahtzee world, which was kind of cool. So then I did go to the Indian Association of Sacramento event. I was supposed to speak, but he postponed my speaking, and I wanted to get back to the 40 thing going on at Dark Horse, so I left before I would have spoken. But it was there, and it's a well-attended, but there had to be thousands of people. It was at William Jessup University. Be thousands of people there celebrating Indian culture, and it's a great culture to celebrate. So it was nice. All the different, attire. It's just phenomenal. Then, my SOAR meeting was last Monday, and our speaker was Irene Hronacek, who is the president of HART, the Homeless Assistance Resource Team. And it's we don't know when we have our unhoused and we, want to see them. This group does so much. They do some rental assistance to prevent homelessness. They offer showers once or twice a week. And they have food, they have resources, and they're looking for volunteers. So if you go to the HART website, HART Citrus Heights, because there's HARTs all over Sacramento, HART Citrus Heights, and volunteer even a few hours a week if you have to help with a meal, that they provide hot meals and winter sanctuaries. And they're just an incredible group of people. They give a shower, clean shirt, clean undies, clean socks. And so it's a wonderful organization. And I was really happy to host her at our Area 10 meeting. But my main thing I went to, and I didn't bring my mosquito puppet, I'm looking for him, I have a little mosquito puppet, is my mosquito report. So West Nile virus is not as bad this year as it has been in the past. There was one human case reported from Yolo County, hospitalized patient, so it was probably the neuroinvasive form. Statewide, we've had 97 positive dead birds. In Sacramento, we've had 19. and 30 positive mosquito pools. Compared to last year, these are small numbers for the same time last year. But we've had 17 human cases in California. So, but I haven't seen any horses yet, so that's good, because horses at least have a vaccination. And so I still want to remind you to, watch for the dusk and dawn mosquitoes. But if you are on it, and you've seen the ads that our gal Luz does about the day-biting mosquitoes, those are the Aedes aegypti. They carry dengue, chikungunya, and Zika virus. And so once you have the mosquito, all you need is some people that are sick to transmit it. So we did have a dengue case in Sacramento that was acquired from overseas, and one malaria. And that's a different mosquito, but the malaria you get wherever you go overseas, you're going to get malaria if you don't get protected. But so I came home one day and I found this on my door. And I thought, gee, did somebody complain about me? But what they did is we have Aedes aegypti in Citrus Heights. We're doing the male mosquitoes in Natomas where they release 1,600 males. I think so far we've let 150,000 males that are infected with Wolbachia, which is a bacteria that infects this male mosquito. And when he mates with a native female, the eggs don't hatch. And so they're sterile, which is, we'll find out when we do a lot of trapping, and then we'll see if we are still trapping Aedes aegypti. By the end of the summer, we'll have a little better numbers. And Citrus Heights, I know they sprayed my neighborhood, so I think this is a follow-up to look for sources. So these little mosquitoes can multiply in just a cap, an upside-down water cap. And so, and they can sit there dry for 6 months, and then when it rains, they'll hatch. So, or the water sprinkler comes on, or we get that little shower we had the other day. So if you get one of these, they want to come in and inspect your property. They're not looking for illegal marijuana plants. And so they really, it is a public health. These are mosquitoes, and the ads are focusing on them. They have little stripes on their legs, although I think once you do this, you really don't see the stripe very well. So, but if they are day biters, that's their big thing. They're not dusk and dawn. They are during the day, and they'll chase you into your house. And so they would really like to eat. So they're the Asian tiger mosquito. So that if you do see them, you call the district or go to fightthebite.net and report it. And that's all we want to have from you is a report. So you might see that. And like I said, there's been, I think, 117 positive Aedes aegypti in Citrus Heights this year. And they sprayed from Bonita all the way across Sunrise into Orangeville. Ground sprayed. So if you have bees, you can register your bees at the district, so you'll get notification of ground spraying. And there's a website called Beeware, BEEWHERE, and you register there, and there's all the ideas about bees, if you own bees. We own bees, so we have to know but our bees are way in the back. They're not going to get sprayed. But if your bees are, susceptible to bees sprayed, then you need to be on the lookout. That's all I have for mosquito. Anyway, that is something that I'll keep you in. They're just about, the season is just starting for these Aedes aegypti. I'm just starting. We'll be putting those male Wolbachias in Natomas for another month. And we do them every week. We lay about 100 and a couple thousand per acre per week. So, but no one's complained about it. In fact, one lady went out and asked our technician to come and put them in her backyard. And so no one's complained about the boys don't bite. So no one cares about the boys. And so a lot of males. Isn't that cool? I think it's cool. It's cool science. Anyways, that's it. Next item.
Next item is the consent calendar. We have item 6 is the approval of minutes. Item 7, the Arcade Creek repairs at Mel Court, final acceptance and notice of completion. Item 8, revision to the regional board appointments. Item 9, a second reading of an ordinance amending the municipal code, chapter 38, fire prevention and protection regarding fireworks, and amending chapter 50, nuisances regarding shopping carts. And that's all on the consent calendar.
Anybody need to pull an item for any reason? Then take a motion.
Move approval?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Approved. Before we go to the next item, I did have 2 announcements I forgot to tell you. One is, apropos for this evening's topics is Bradshaw Animal Shelter is having free adoptions over Labor Day weekend. And August 29 through August 31, waiving all adoption fees. Last year, 75 pets found homes over Labor Day weekend. This year, they're aiming higher. They want to do 100. Every adoption means a forever family for a pet in need, more space in our shelter for animals that are waiting, and a chance to make your home a little fuller, warmer, and happier. From playful puppies and cuddly kittens to wise senior dogs and cats, we have the shelter full of wonderful pets waiting to meet you. So they're on Bradshaw Road, and help spread the word. And then the other one, I don't know if you guys, I got this in an email, and I want to share it because I think it's cool. And it's from Habitat for Humanity. They are accepting a home repair loan program. They're accepting applications for neighborhood revitalization and home repairs. If I don't know what the qualifications are, but they, you have to own and live in your home, you're willing to partner with Habitat, and you have good credit history. So they loan up to $100,000, deferred at 0% interest for 20 to 30 years. They do roof repairs, plumbing, electrical, they do. So I don't know if we have that on our website. Is this something we can put on our website? Okay, I'll give you that. And then the last thing is, I just wanted to share this. I got invited to go to Japan to talk at the University of, United Nations University, but it's the same week as League of Cities. And it would have been so good. And this is the guy from Sister Cities. Remember the guy we met from Sister Cities? So I thought, well, anyway, I had to decline. But anyways, it was a nice invite. Okay, now I'm done. Next item.
The next item is regular calendar, item number 10. The subject is approval of Economic Development Support Fund grant request by the Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution approving a $25,000 grant to the Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce from the Economic Development Support Fund.
Good evening, Council. I'm Megan Huber, Economic Development and Community Engagement Director. We have a very substantive agenda tonight, so I'm going to work to keep this intro brief so we can get to the part that really matters for this agenda item. This is considering an Economic Development Support Fund request. It's an annual request we receive from our Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce. We're a long-standing partner of sponsorship as a Diamond member. That's happened for over a decade, well over. And then we recently added a component to help them use the Citrus Heights Event Center for monthly luncheons, which is great because we're keeping it local in Citrus Heights. And finally, one of the most exciting parts of this year's sponsorship is Leadership Citrus Heights. I've heard desires from community leaders and champions all over Citrus Heights for this program, and really proud to say our chamber is in the midst of starting it up and making it happen. So those are the Cliff Notes for this item, and I would like to bring up Executive Director Sherry Merrick to share more about what the chamber is up to.
Hello, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and staff. Thank you so much for having me here this evening. So as you all know, I'm just going to do a quick recap on our growth path so far. Last year, we had 84 new members join our organization, and that was an 80% increase over 2023. This year, current year to date, we've had 72 new members join, and that is set to be a year-to-date growth rate of 28%. This is some of the amazing new members that have joined our chamber. I'm not going to keep it up too long with those 20 comments that you have. I'm going to try to keep this as brief as possible. However, as you know, last year, with my grant request, I wanted to move the chamber because I felt we were hidden and that we needed a more forward focus and a more forward-facing office location. And I'm happy to state we accomplished that. We moved in December. We opened our doors in January, and we have had amazing success. I do feel that that new location is part of the reason why we've been able to continue to grow. We've actually had several people walk in off the street because they could find us and join the chamber right there on the spot. So the move was a great idea. It's working, and so I want to thank you for approving that increase from last year. Also, these are our new programs. I had mentioned that I was adding several new programs this year. We've been able to do that, so we have increased the number of events that the chamber puts on in order to support our members every month. And am I making that pop? Oh, I'm a little too close. Okay, sorry, everybody back there. And so I'm very excited about that. And as Megan mentioned, we are kicking off Leadership Citrus Heights, and we're not only kicking it off, it's starting next month. So we already have almost hit our goal for the year, and with this sponsorship and participation from the city, that will actually put us over our goal, which would be great. And I just noticed that there was a lack of understanding, perhaps, from our business community and maybe our residents of what it truly takes to run a city. And so that's what this program is all about. It is a behind the scenes of what it takes to run a city. So not only are you going to improve your leadership skills, but you're also going to learn what it takes to run a city and learn about serving your community. Also, we will be doing a class project that will hopefully leave an impact on our community as their legacy project. And I am hoping and praying that our class will agree with me and will want to work with Citrus Heights Arts to bring some more art into Citrus Heights, because I think what they're doing is absolutely amazing, and I want to support that and continue to see that grow. I'm continuing our strategic partnerships that we do every single month. I still sit on the SMUD Business Advisory Council. I have my monthly meetings with our Economic Development Director. We have several chambers that I do collaborations with, so we're bringing other chambers to come to Citrus Heights to spend their money and do events here. I do presentations at different community organizations, and we definitely work together with Sunrise Marketplace, especially because we're now in the same shopping center, so that's great. We do have our marquee events, and it was wonderful to see all of you in attendance at last week's Best of Citrus Heights. It was a record yet again. We had over 300 people attend and support our business community, and that was just absolutely amazing. We are kicking off also, just because I'm crazy, our Kids Commerce. So that is starting next month as well, and that's going to be a 7-week program that will culminate into a Kids Commerce Biz Expo and Job Fair in November. And that is where we will allow students that are doing well in the class to have a vendor booth at our event, and we will have judges go around, hear their pitch for their job or their business that they want to start, and then we want to be able to award a first, second, and third cash prize so that they can actually start those businesses. So super excited about that. Mark your calendars, November 5th. I think I already sent you guys a save the date, but I'll make sure that I did if I did not. And just a little side note, our event attendance in 2025 is up 61% from 2024. So super proud of that. We're getting a lot more people involved. We're getting a lot more eyeballs on our businesses here in Citrus Heights. And I'm happy to say that I feel like I was an integral part of bringing the Big Day of Service to Citrus Heights, which was great. I know that that was our first ever, and I can't wait to have that go again and again and again. And the Chamber did a project on their own where we drew hopscotches around Citrus Heights because we wanted everybody out there to know that Citrus Heights is hopping. So, and then with that, I'm going to say thank you and answer any questions you might have.
And Sherry, before I turn it over to council, I know folks in the room are curious, and maybe even viewers at home. The leadership program is in very high demand, but I understand that you might have a couple of seats left if folks are interested. Is that right?
Yes, that is true. I do. I have a few. I have got a little bit of wiggle room, so if you are interested in learning more, definitely reach out to me. We would love to include you in the program. And it's just a great way to make great connections and learn how you can give back to your community.
When did you say the date was of your kids' thing?
November 5th.
Daytime?
It will be 4 to 6 because kids are in school.
I won't make it.
That's okay, but kids are in school. I can't do it
In
during
the
school.
meeting.
Okay, that's okay.
I just want you to know.
Okay.
What's the squeeze thing you had there? What's that?
So every week, we squeeze a business online. We love our members so much, we do not just give them a hug, we give them a squeeze. So we highlight a different business every Friday
On your website?
on our social media, and then the following Thursday, they're highlighted in our newsletter, and then they're posted on the front page of our website for a whole week.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Any questions?
No questions or comment. As a Leadership Citrus Heights graduate, I can tell you that this is a tremendous program that really helps you get connected and understand why our city became a city, the things that are going on, how it's all interconnected, but most importantly, when you do your government day, it just opens your eyes to what happens, like how we get here and we look like we're all put together. When you do this leadership program, you learn that it's really all the people that you see right here and some of the ones that aren't even here right now that really get this together for us. So make sure that if you're able and you just want to learn a little bit more about what we do as a community, as a city, show up, sign up. You won't regret it. It's one of the reasons why I was like, I need to get more involved. And I am sure that once you do it, you'll feel the same way.
Awesome. Thank you, Portia.
Any other comments?
I just want to echo that I didn't take the program, but I'm very excited that it's back. And it's something that I would have loved before I ran for council as well. So I think it'll be a really good thing to get people involved and on the path to leadership. I think that the more people who run for office, the better.
Absolutely.
And that seems like something that would help them do it.
Yep,
That's
for
great.
sure, most definitely.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
Okay, I move that we adopt Resolution 2025, a resolution for the City Council of the City of Citrus Heights, California, approving $25,000 grant to the city to Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce and from the Economic Development Fund.
I will second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Enjoy. Next item, please.
Next item is number 11A and B, related to the old Auburn Road property. The first item, 11A, the subject is Field Haven Feline Center proposed lease agreement for 7555 Old Auburn Road. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a lease agreement with Field Haven Feline Center for the operation and management of 7555 Old Auburn Road.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Ash Feeney, your city manager. I'll be presenting this item, but I want to acknowledge and thank Jordan Lowe, who's a customer service representative for the city, working in the city manager's office, who's been instrumental as we've been examining this potential lease opportunity, as well as the overall Animal Services Center at Old Auburn Road that we're exploring, and she helped prepare the staff report, but I'm going to cover the presentation. So. This is more than just a lease. So that's the item that we're putting forward tonight is we have a proposed lease with a nonprofit for a Field Haven Feline Center. But this is an opportunity for one of the things we hear so much about when you go to a city managers conference or a League of Cities, or it's all the rage on looking for a public nonprofit partnership on animal service delivery or other items. And we hear a lot about those. But, those ideas are easy and, talk is cheap, but action's hard. And what we've done here is we've worked diligently with Field Haven. It's actually going back before probably actually first part of this year. So it's been some time in the works. And we've been able to work on a lease agreement that we feel is ready for your consideration. And we are recommending your approval of it. But oftentimes these, nonprofit, public agency relationships around items like this, they collapse on the
on their own weight before they ever can get to action. So I just appreciate the discussions that we've been able to have with Field Haven to be able to get this item before the city council to see if this is an opportunity that the city council would like us to continue to pursue. We do think it's a pretty unique opportunity, and there's a lot of agencies out there, and some just having talks recently in our region that are looking for these very things, and so happy to bring this before you. Again, this is the resolution that we'll be recommending, and that would be to authorize the city manager to execute a lease agreement with Field Haven Feline Center for operation at the 7555 Old Auburn Road property. This is consistent with the city council's goals and objectives. We have your council adopted 3-year goals. One of the key goals is maintain and enhance fiscal stability while supporting operational excellence. This also aligns with the continuation of a 2024 strategic objective. This was around animal service enhancement opportunities. We had brought forward a discussion on that to the city council in the past, but this is kind of a continuation on that theme. By way of background, I just spoke to that 2024 strategic objective, and that was around a council desire to enhance animal services. And this was talked about at our 2024 strategic planning retreat, which bore this strategic objective. We have made several enhancements to our animal services. We have 7-day-a-week coverage now. We've continued to look to bring more enhancements to the city. One of the things that kind of came up by way of fiscal prudence necessity is we need to find a better way on handling animal sheltering. We have an obligation under our incorporation documents to provide animal services and sheltering services. Either we provide them or by way of contract. So we have animal service officers, but all the sheltering services have been done through contracts. We've previously had a contract with Placer County. That contract was canceled, and then we went to a contract with Bradshaw through a Sacramento County. We like that it's in county, and we find that our residents like the in-county service delivery, but the cost went from $236,000 to $497,000 in 1 year. So that was definitely a red alert to us that we need to look for some local opportunities and see what we can do to bring those costs down, reduce the number of animals that go down to Bradshaw. I believe we'll continue to have a relationship with Bradshaw for the foreseeable future and probably long-term. But if we can reduce that contract cost, that'll help us from a fiscal prudence standpoint and enhance service delivery for our residents. So one of the things that happened when we were looking for local options is we did end up acquiring the Old Auburn Road properties. That deal closed on October 31st of last year. And that, again, was a strategic acquisition. It really wasn't part of our strategic objectives. It came up after we had that contracting cost. And so we were opportunistic and nimble, and were able to take care of that opportunity. And looking at the programming, we've met with several designers. We've reviewed it relative to our animal service needs and any kind of sheltering needs that we can foresee out there. And all of our estimations, and talking to other experts too, including some that we met from UC Davis Sheltering Medicine, is that we're going to need one building. That's for the foreseeable future. And so we have this other building that we're proposing to have this Field Haven lease. Field Haven approached the city about leasing a building out there. And we did bring forward a discussion at a public meeting at the strategic planning retreat that was held on March 26 of 2025 around this whole notion of working with the nonprofit, specifically Field Haven's lease terms. And we had direction from the council, hey, continue to work on that and bring that back to us at a future meeting. We have interest in hearing more about it. So that's what we've done. Here's a vicinity map of the properties. The area in yellow are the 2 properties that we had acquired in October. And the total area is 1.74 acres, 2 individual parcels. It was a former preschool, so it has all the fencing, and it was managing young children, so it's actually set up pretty well for animals. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So this is kind of a blow up here. You can see it has a full parking lot and some very nice grounds associated with it. Our future city animal services center, in talking to various designers and looking at our own team, we're selecting the 7569 Old Auburn Road property for that site. It's a bigger building. It's about 4,000 square feet. The property that we're talking about leasing tonight with Field Haven is a 7555 property that you can see here. It's about 3,200 square feet. Fieldhaven Feline Center, they're going to come up and do their own presentation and talk more about their operation and what their vision is for this property and service within our community. But they are a nonprofit that provides, their core charge is spay and neuter services, especially around community cats or cat colonies that otherwise aren't receiving spay and neuter, or it's more limited. It's an unmet need, if you will. They also do vaccinations, microchipping, and life-saving procedures for community and owned cats and dogs. So life-saving procedures around like an amputation. I learned this enunciation is like a removal of an infected eye. And then the pyrometra is the actual spay and neuter. So limited scope, and they're not doing, wellness care or emergency operations. It's a very specific scope, and they'll talk more about that. They are, as part of this agreement, offering to do some basic veterinary support for animals that are in the city's care, in the city animal services care. And we like that because they'd be right next door and we could work with them. We'll continue to also look to work with other veterinarians within the community as well as we work towards that animal services center. I know this slide may break some PowerPoint rules, but there's a lot on here. But these are the salient lease terms, and I wanted to make sure that the council was able to see them in its entirety as well as the community. So it is an 18-month pilot program. That is the first part of it. Like I say, these nonprofits are hard to execute on with a public agency. So we have a pilot program that lets us know if it works for us, and it lets us know if it works for them. So the pilot program is it's a $1 lease for that 18-month period. The city has some basic delivery of an ADA restroom and polished concrete floor. Minimal TIs. We would need to do that ADA restroom irrespective of if it was Fieldhaven or somebody else. Again, they offer free or low-cost routine wellness, vaccine, and microchipping clinics. Those would be something we'd coordinate with the city of Citrus Heights on to ensure it's a service delivery that we're prepared for and wanting to execute. And then also gives us an opportunity with our Animal Services Center to get pets microchipped and then also vaccinated. And then for motivation for someone to come in and license their pet, if they understand they're getting a free or low-cost vaccination and microchip, that gives us a chance to get them in, to get them licensed, and it should overall reduce our service delivery costs over the long run. Tenants responsible for all their other TIs, utilities, so on and so forth. We will maintain the grounds, and those grounds we have exclusive access to. They would need permission in order to use those. The city would also be receiving 250 spay and neuter vouchers per calendar year as part of this agreement. And then there would be the monthly educational clinics for cat trapping, which is one of their core delivery missions. And then, as I mentioned before, basic vet services for cat and dogs in our custody. And then, again, either party can cancel it at the end of the 18-month period, 18 months of operation. If it's deemed that we wish to continue, then there would be a 3-year lease thereafter, and the rent increases to $2,500 per month or $30,000 per year. For an outreach perspective, again, this was initially talked about at the strategic planning retreat. After that retreat, I had received contact from 2 of our local vets, some expressing concerns about some potential competition. I felt like one meeting left with still concerns about the competition, while the other meeting I had, I felt like once we explained what the operation was about, it felt like it was more of a neutral position. And then since then, in anticipation of this meeting, we wanted to make sure that we get the word out to our local veterinarian community. So a letter was sent out on August 11th. In response to that letter, we have received letters of support and opposition from Citrus Heights veterinarian practices. And the council, you have a thick public comment packet that includes those letters as well. So when it speaks to concerns, the last thing, we're huge on promoting business. We have a great relationship with the chamber. We certainly look to, care and feed our existing businesses. So we want to make sure those concerns are addressed. And after kind of working through this and hearing some of the concerns and understanding Fieldhaven's operations, I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I think that actually we have a great opportunity to collaborate and actually build on the animal service delivery for the city that could be a positive thing for our local veterinarian community. One of the things we put in the lease under the permitted uses section is, this is some language that I clipped here, but the tenant collaborates closely with local vets and does not provide general wellness or emergency services. And their role is to be a complementary resource within the veterinarian community. Their mission is to remove financial barriers to critical care, reduce pet overpopulation, and keep animals healthy, safe, and in loving homes. So the intent here is to not be in competition with the core for-profit veterinarian services. The tenant, of course, has to maintain a nonprofit lease status. The other thing I'll say is, over the 18-month pilot program period, Fieldhaven certainly is motivated to be a great partner with our local veterinarian community. The city of Citrus Heights is going to continue to have an interest that this is a good thing here in the city, not only for residents and those that need this service, but also for our local vets. We did receive a number of positive references from other communities where Fieldhaven operates as well, as we were doing our due diligence on their operation. Future potential too. This doesn't tie us up forever. Been very clear with Fieldhaven as well that we may need both those buildings someday. And so right now we've got the 18-month pilot program, see if it works. Then it would be a 3-year lease thereafter. So these aren't, 5-10-year leases. It is more short-term to allow us to be nimble and flexible. I have talked about when we initially acquired this property too, that working with the county maybe someday, given that we're in the north area of the county has a large service area to service in the north and east area, and it's a long way from Bradshaw. And so talking to the county, I do believe that they are ultimately going to be doing a study of their facilities and operational service delivery efficiencies. That's some point in the future. But as they do that, we're going to make sure that we're talking to them or continue those discussions about maybe a potential to collaborate with them at this property to maybe do more some sort of north area service station hub here. So those discussions can continue. Certainly veterinarian referral program, as I mentioned, Fieldhaven doesn't do very much relative to the veterinarian services. So for those that come there or come to our animal services center, we'll be able to refer them to our local Citrus Heights vets and pet hospitals. And, again, just like we've talked about, one of our core values here is innovation and also responsive customer service. This is an innovative approach, I believe, but we're going to learn things along the way, as we always do. We try things and we make tweaks to them, and we're always working towards operational excellence. So this will be a continuous program, and we'll be looking for operational improvement along the way. So my recommendation, again, is to authorize the city manager to execute a lease agreement with Fieldhaven Feline Center for the operation and management of 755 Old Auburn Road. I should also say that this project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Section 15301 of the CEQA guidelines related to existing facilities. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Fieldhaven, unless you have some specific questions of me beforehand, and so they can make their presentation about their.
Anyone have questions for Ash? Because Ash, I've had a request that after Fieldhaven's presentation, we take 5 before all the.
Absolutely, at the pleasure of, if you want to do it before or after, whatever the mayor desires.
No, then before public comment and after Fieldhaven.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
So I'll introduce McKenna Galtney and Dr. Christina Netherwood.
Hello. Hi, council members and mayor. Nice to meet you guys. This is my first time ever attending a city council meeting, and I'm very excited. I want to get involved as well, so I love leadership, so thank you all for being here.
We want you to be nervous.
A little nervous, but I'll be okay. So we do want to just introduce ourselves, and then we'll begin our presentation. So again, I'm Dr. Christina Netherwood. I'm a veterinarian. And I hope to serve as the surgical medical director for Fieldhaven's new project here in Citrus Heights. I have already been working for them for the past 2 years, so we definitely know each other really well, and we're ready to take on something new. I grew up in El Dorado, California, so I'm a local and a graduate of UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine, class of 2014. And I actually started my first veterinary job here in Citrus Heights at Mercy Pet Hospital. That was my first job after internship in Arizona, and I really learned a lot there and about what the community needs. And I moved on to corporate practice and then began learning about high-volume spay-neuter, where I became involved in a lot of different organizations in the surrounding Sacramento area, not limited to Field Haven, but Community Spay-Neuter, Animal Spay-Neuter up in Auburn, the Bradshaw Shelter, the Elk Grove Animal Shelter, and Paws of Oroville, as well as Front Street Animal Shelter. So I have a lot of shelter and high-volume spay-neuter experience, so I hope I can bring that experience with me to the surgical medical director position. And I am deeply and committed to increasing access to care and the animal welfare and community support. So I'm also supported by my husband, who's also a veterinarian, and he has a local business owner as well. He has a practice in Folsom and in Granite Bay, so very familiar with the area. I also serve as a relief veterinarian for private practices as well in the Citrus Heights community, as well as surrounding communities. Sorry, this was a long intro, but let McKenna introduce herself.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hello. I would like to say that this is very cool to start off. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for listening today. And I would also like to thank everyone behind us in the audience and also listening from home on the live stream. Thank you for your support and also listening. And then finally, I would like to thank all of the many businesses and vet hospitals and UC Davis Vet Hospital who did take time to write letters of support to you today to help back us for this proposal to you. So thank you all for your support. And on a personal note, I am a third-generation local community member. I grew up here. I grew up in animal welfare. It's all I know. So I was 12 years old. I'm a co-founder of Itsy Bitsy Rescue, a certified 501c3 nonprofit animal rescue that was founded right here in Citrus Heights 20 years ago. So this is a huge passion project for a lot of us, and bringing affordable community resources to cats and families in need is such a passion project. And thank you for listening today. I believe we can go into the slides.
Do we have clickers here?
Oh, cool. Okay.
I think it's just that one, I guess.
Okay. Let's see if I do it right. Okay, so our objectives today are to go over who Field Haven Feline Center is as an organization, talk about our history, and then go over exactly what we are proposing to do with this building with you. So first of all, the mission statement of Field Haven Feline Center is to engage and empower communities to ensure every cat has a safe place to live. We're going to be focusing on 3 core objectives of that mission statement today together. The first one is compassionate care. So our number 1 goal is to keep cats out of the shelter facility and into loving homes. We do that with many different shelter deferment tools and programs, but one of them is community engagement. We have a full community engagement and development team. We also have a lot of different programs. One of those programs, we focus a lot on lifelong support. So when a cat leaves our facility for adoption, that is not the end of the road of our relationship. Our goal is that we have a lifelong relationship with each cat and their family. We are there to support families. We can do that through many programs, such as low-cost or free vaccine and microchip clinics, free pet food pantries, and a 24/7 animal help desk phone line. So no community member ever feels alone. They can always call in to our support line and get someone to talk to and help solve their cat-related problems. I did want to share a brief history of who Field Haven Feline Center is as an organization. We are a household name to many. So it was founded in 2003 by our founder, Joy Smith. She started this organization working out of her horse tack barn. In 2009 was a huge milestone for the organization, and we actually had our shelter building designed by the UC Davis Koretz Shelter Medicine Program. I encourage anyone to come out and visit it. I call it a sanctuary for both cats and people. Then in 2017, the Hathaway Spay and Neuter Clinic opened its doors. That's where we started doing community spays and neuters for all cats in need. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic hit. So after that pandemic in 2022, I was brought on to the team as the clinic manager, and our clinic grew in 1 year from 3 veterinarians to 10 rotating veterinarians. So significant growth. Around that same time in 2018, we did partner with the Marysville City Police Department, where we adopted the Trap, Neuter, Invest the Town initiative to help community cats in need. That program significantly grew in the city of Marysville in 2020, where we do have a building in downtown Marysville, and we provide essential cat services for community cats in need. To date, that program has helped 4,729 cats. The reason why we're here with you today is because our Hathaway Spay and Neuter Clinic has simply outgrown its walls. So with this new building, we can operate more efficiently. So right now, we have 1 surgeon operating. This building would allow, at a time, this building would allow us to have 2 surgeons operating simultaneously. We can also have veterinary students come in and learn high-quantity, efficient, safe spay and neuter practices. This would significantly increase accessibility to high-volume spay and neuter. Just to give some quick numbers, so before 2018, our spay and neuter clinic helped 6,647 community cats find affordable spay and neuter through our clinic. And then from 2018 to present day today, we over doubled that number in the same building. And that's 14,489 community cats that have found affordable spay and neuter with us. That is including 1 year non-operational during the COVID-19 pandemic as well. And then I will turn it over to Dr. Chrissy Netherwood.
So like Ash mentioned earlier, our goal is to offer low-cost feline spay-neuter and life-saving procedures such as enucleation, amputation, and pyometra. Those would not be on an emergent basis. They would be on a case-by-case basis that we could help in our community, like if they've already exhausted their resources with local veterinarians and they just don't have the finances. We can do those things. We can offer those services, but that's not our goal to primarily offer them just to anyone. It would be to people who are truly in need and their pet would die or be euthanized otherwise. So our goal is not to compete with local veterinarians on those things, but to assist them and assist our community. I really think that's important to say because I'm just so passionate about it. But a lot of people just can't afford these services. They're quite expensive at local full-service clinics, and I work in both fields, so I know the difference. Special cases would need to be approved by the doctor or by the medical director, me. So we will be responsible for running doctor-directed monthly clinics to focus on core vaccines and microchipping of animals. So we do not plan on also offering non-core vaccines, for example, Bordetella, canine influenza, feline leukemia. Those are non-core vaccines for our patients. That is something we're going to leave for the veterinarian and educate people about, that they should be going to their veterinarian to follow up with these vaccines. Our goal is to maintain community health and population health by offering rabies vaccinations, distemper parvo, and feline parvo vaccines. And then microchips so they can return home, right? A lot of these products are actually donated to us or we have grants that cover them. So that's why we're going to be able to offer them at low cost. To free, depending on their situation. But our goal is to have a doctor there to talk to people and educate them. Hey, you should spay and neuter your pet. Hey, I noticed that your pet has a mass. You should go see a doctor about that. Our goal is not to treat that patient at our clinic, but to provide them with a resource and a place to go. We also want to educate them about flea, tick, and heartworm prevention. Yes, heartworm is transmitted by mosquitoes. I love the mosquito part, by the way, Mayor. So we also want to increase compliance with city licensing as well. So our goals would be to incentivize people to come out and get their pets licensed so they can return back to them as well. We also, again, wanted to provide training opportunities, not just to veterinary students, but I would open my heart to helping local veterinarians who want to get better at surgery, either speed up their time or improve their skills. So I'd be happy to have them at our clinic. They could come for 1 day a year. They could come 1 day a month. I don't care. I just want them to engage with us. They can also come help with our microchip and vaccine clinic so they can help educate the community as well. Our Kitten Sitter program, that is part of one of our main core programs that Field Haven offers. We offer supplies and support to community members that find themselves with unwanted kittens. Sometimes we can't take the kittens into our care, but if we can provide them with the resources for the care and the education, that's where the community really meets and works together. So our goal is, again, training, trapper training, kitten training. We really have a lot of foster members that we call kitten sitters out in the community, and also educating about the importance of spaying the mother, because they are the problem, as well as the kittens going on to be more of a problem. Oh, I think I missed one little thing. Oh, at the bottom here, yes, and again, I've kind of already touched on this, but we plan to partner with local veterinary hospitals and create that partnership for offering affordable wellness and follow-up care to our patients. We do not intend to keep these patients long-term. We intend to provide core services that they need and then pass them to a veterinarian in their community that can help them and be their provider. This is a big slide, lots of things on here, but it's pretty short. So we hope to open our doors. It's kind of like a little bit of a timeline about what we're wanting to do too. With pregnant cat season in early spring 2026, our current programs offered by Field Haven will expand to help the community. And cat management in Citrus Heights, our first goal is going to be to help the community cats and the feral cats. We will collaborate with local rescues, local hospitals, and veterinary technician schools to help build a stronger community support network that promotes education and public health. We will strive to provide high-quality service and develop ongoing programs to meet community needs. That's really important, to keep families with their pets. We would like to say that we are supported by a lot of different people. It was funny because we actually had, a week or a few days really to reach out, and we got such an outstanding response and support, and it was very overwhelming for us too to just see how much people support. So we want to thank our supporters for their time in submitting letters to you for your consideration. We also want to thank many people in the audience, again, for their support and showing up tonight and supporting us in this new journey. We would also like to acknowledge and thank them for their time, and it takes a village, so thank you as well. And then this is just our contact information. If you would like to ask us any questions, please feel free. I don't know if I can open the floor or not.
Questions? Anybody have questions? Questions? I have a couple questions. So when you're up where you're at, do you only do the local around you, or can people from Citrus Heights go to Placer County?
It is open to the public.
Okay, so nothing stops people in Citrus Heights from
Correct.
having a day to go up to see you?
It's a bit of a drive.
When you do vaccine clinics, do you do physical exams?
We do brief physical exams.
You look at their teeth, see if they
Yes.
need a dental?
As long as the patient is cooperative.
You auscultate?
Yes, as long as the patient is cooperative. Again, that can be very difficult sometimes with some of these animals who have never seen a veterinarian.
Well, we had the county came and did one at the property, and I don't think they did any
Did
of it.
they have a DVM directing it?
I'm not sure. Did they
Because
have?
ours will be directed by a DVM, and the first few will be ran by me personally.
I'll tell you my horror story, because I'm a
yeah, please,
veterinarian.
sure.
I'm a veterinarian, 1980, so 45 years ago. I went and applied for a job to be one of these vaccine clinics in a parking lot. It was in Fremont. So I go, and the guy says, well, why don't you come one day and just kind of look around and see if it's the kind of job you want. So I went. So I'm standing, and the dogs are all in line to get their shots. And I look down on this little fella, and he's looking up at me like this. And I says, geez, he's got a foxtail in his eye. So I pulled the foxtail out. And I said to the owner, you need to see your veterinarian, because you're going to need to have that eye stained, see if there's any corneal abrasion. You're going to need some medication. That lady came to me and says, you don't do that here. We just vaccinate. So I thought that's what I was seeing happening with the county. A dog walked by, and I was standing next to Ash, and I said, that is either she had a pendulous abdomen. I says, it's either a thyroid dog, or it's a
Cushingoid.
or it's a hypercorticism, or it's a fat dog. Either way, that dog needs to see a vet. And the sad part is I think the owner thinks, good for 3 years now, I don't have to go to the vet. So
That's not what we believe.
I can't support a vaccination clinic that does not provide at least a look-see by a veterinarian or a registered RVT.
I completely agree with that.
Okay. And that was another question. And then, let me see, if I have another one, it'll come up later. Okay. I have a request to take a break from Vice Mayor Lopez Taft, so can we do that?
It's absolutely up to you, Mayor. Of course. 5-minute break?
I want her to like me, so. So it's 5 minutes, or 5 minutes or so. Good job. I'd like to call our meeting back to order so that we can start our public comment. Unless there's any other questions. Any questions or anything before we go on with public comment? Okay. I did have a question of the veterinarian. Can you show that picture? So are you the high volume, high quality trained?
Yes.
Somebody wrote a letter, said there's only two veterinary practices qualified in Sacramento to do that.
Only 2?
Yes, look at this.
Well, what about
See
the
this pic-
shelters? Oh.
Look at, is that what you do?
Yes. But I don't do flank spays, no.
So you
wonder
do-
if those are flank spays. They're kind of shaved oddly. But usually I do a ventral approach.
Oh, okay, 'cause I was going to say, that's kind of, you wouldn't want to pyometra like that. You just like-
No. But if I must, I am counting my cat spays just for this year on the cat spays that I do, and I do this on average 2 to 3 days a week, which I want to do more. And I'm at 1,180.
How many can you do a day?
About 30 cat spays.
A day?
Yes.
Good for you.
And the boys I don't count. Sorry, boys.
No, the boys don't.
I do them in between the ladies. But I'd say 30 is comfortable. I can do more, but
I
it's
told
pushing
Ash
my
you could
body.
do them with your teeth. You know, it's like- Okay, I just wondered, I had that picture and I
That's
thought
a
it was.
great picture.
Yeah, I guess this one is sent to me by a kitty rescue place and says this one was in Thailand.
Oh, wow. So it must be warmer there, because the only thing I would say is they have no heat support.
So are they all ventral? So the new?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I only know one doctor who has tried that approach, but she just wanted to do it for fun. She was learning how to do it, and she did a great job.
That's a lot of kitties. Okay. All right, thank you so much.
You're
That was
welcome.
my
Thank you,
question.
Mayor.
Okay, public comment.
The first person that I'll call up is Deborah Buetti. Buetti.
Oh, God. Thank you, City Council and Mayor. So yeah, I'm Deborah Buetti. I am a homeowner and a resident of Citrus Heights for 3.5 years now, from San Francisco originally. And I'm here to just talk to you a little bit about Fieldhaven and what it's done for me personally. As you heard, it sits on beautiful 10 acres of a horse ranch on Ironwood Road outside of Lincoln, which is 23.5 miles from here, from where I live. As you probably know, to get a cat fixed, spayed or neutered, especially for Fieldhaven, you bring them in early in the morning, you go away, and then by starting around 4 o'clock, you come back to pick them up. So I've done that 3 different times with 3 different community cats in my neighborhood over the last 1.5 years. So if you're doing the math, that's approximately 100 miles a day driving. So yes, it is very low cost, but the 3 times I brought the 3 community cats, I was driving about 100 miles a day, a round trip in the morning and then a round trip to pick them up. I'm a retired school teacher. I live on a pension, which is why I love the idea of low-cost spay and neutering for my community cats, but the gas was killing me. I don't want to be redundant because so many people have said a lot of the things that I wanted to say. I volunteer for them now, but it's only 1 day a week, so I'm not going 100 miles. And I want to just correct what our vet said. We had a Friday where we did 44 in 1 day. It was amazing to watch these beautiful professional people do their work. I volunteer. I bring the cats back to their owners in the afternoon. I have met repeated families from Citrus Heights. I can name names, the Lunas. They're always there on a Friday. They have a huge cat colony, and they're trying to get ahead of it. So they do the commute as well, in the morning and in the afternoon. They always come with 2 or 3 cats. I have another family, the Kongs, come from McBeal Airport. People keep dumping cats on their farms. They come as well. The idea of having a low-cost clinic here, right here in town, would just be amazing. I think it would really alleviate some of the financial burdens that people face when they're trying to do this. I mean, it just is amazing to have a place that's not 100 miles driving to go do that. I think we would encourage more people to be responsible and get their pets spayed or neutered when it's a 10-minute or a 15-minute drive, as opposed to as I said so many times, 100 miles. Another benefit of the low-cost clinic, I discovered the towns of Lincoln and Loomis. Again, I'm kind of new here, and so I discovered Field Haven, and I went, well, what's around here? I'm going to go and see what these towns are like. And so I imagine if we have our new community center here on Old Auburn Road, we'll bring more people, and the businesses around the area would also benefit. Because people might stick around, get a coffee, poke around, want to see what's going on there, right? Nick's Tacos is not that far from there. And I think that's really all I have to say. Sorry, it's getting past my bedtime. But I just think having something close is what I'm saying. We even had a couple from Vacaville a couple of weeks ago on a Friday. I mean, that's crazy, doing that kind of drive 4 times. So all I want to say is funding this and having this happen is a small good thing in the world of all of us that want to alleviate the suffering and the misery that comes from an overabundance of unwanted cats. This can only help solve that problem. Thank you.
Next is Kim Scherer. Hi there, and thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Kim Scherer, and I'm the founder of Kimmy's Critters Pet Rescue, a 501c3 rescue organization. Any shelter or rescue can attest to the fact that our largest expense is the vet bills. And we are a small rescue, and most of our bills are paid out of pocket by the board members. And the only way we've been able to do this, we've rescued hundreds of animals throughout the greater Sacramento area. And it is vets like Dr. Netherwood who have afforded us that opportunity to continue to operate by offering low spay and neuter services and other services. So this organization and Dr. Netherwood, it clearly is dedicated to the animals and the community. As has been stated by others, the currently available low-cost spay and neuter clinics are almost impossible to get appointments and are operated like a lottery. Therefore, it can take months to get the animals altered, which means that we would have to keep the animals in our system before we can have them adopted out. They have to get spayed or neutered, so they have to be in the system longer. Less animals are being rescued from the shelters because of that, the long retention. And, but worse than that, the feral cat colonies have that many more feral litters that are suffering and dying on the streets. We can't keep up. The community, we just cannot keep up without the affordable spays and neuters. Veterinarians who oppose this much-needed service have concerns about competition. Isn't that the joy of living in a free country? Plus, the competition will benefit everybody involved except for the opposer's pocketbook. They should be grateful that some veterinarians are willing to provide these discounted services to feral feeders, shelters, rescues, and the community. Due to the unavailability of affordable veterinary services, some other small rescues have not lasted very long.
We're currently a sinking ship, and the singular solution to this epidemic is affordable and accessible spays and neuters. Please help us continue to be part of the solution by approving this proposal. Thank you.
Next is Melissa Hayden, and then after Melissa is Jody Moding.
Melissa already spoke. Oh, hey, that's 10 minutes, you think?
I know, you know me, I need 10 minutes.
Maybe I'll go to the bathroom.
That's why do you think I did too? There was a reason for it, Jana. So I wanted to
So
come
everybody could do that, I guess, huh? To come in twice, okay.
Hey, I learned it from the
Go for
guy
it,
in the
Melissa.
yellow shirt that one meeting, but just learned that the last meeting I came to. But okay, let me just go ahead. I am Melissa Hayden, Citrus Heights Rescues Animals. Why did I create Citrus Heights Rescues Animals? I did it for the need of our city and the animals in our city because we were hitting too many roadblocks trying to do things separately. I felt like we needed to be a community and work together. All the vets, all our city council, animal control, our police department, our rescues and rescuers and trappers, we could have one place to function together, find results, and get action done. That is why I created my group. So I wanted to start off with that. I wanted to explain that I have been working with Field Haven for the last year since the city was able to allot the 40 TNR for our community cats. We did 40 with animal control. I'm pretty sure you remember that. And as I have come over here many times to ask for more TNR, we need more help, we need more help. I'm not asking for help because we have that already. I know that there is opposition to this, but if we had something in place that worked, I wouldn't be up here asking for help again. We do need Field Haven. I have used them for the last year for all of the spay and neuters for our community families who need help getting colonies taken care of. I believe that between our rescuers, our trappers, and our individual community members, we have done approximately 1,000 cats here, rescued 1,000 cats here in Citrus Heights. That is a rough estimate, not an actual good number. And I would like to say that we have, on average, with the counts that I have done, over 100,000 feral community cats in our city. They are everywhere from our parks to our backyards, to the bushes, to business centers, which is absolutely dangerous for any animal or pedestrian trying to walk through. What if that animal's sick or can harm them in any way? We should have control of population and an access to resolve that. Instead of having the roadblocks we have today by going to CSN where we're only allowed 2 from the county per month, and that's if you're able to get on the radio phone call to get them. The other options are animal outreach, which is low cost, and they are all the way up in Diamond Springs. We have CSN, like I said, the radio phone calls, which is 2 per month. We have Lincoln, Field Haven currently in Lincoln, and then there's Animal Spay and Neuter all the way in Auburn, California, which to our community members who are trying to help a feral community cat are unable to transport or trap in that long distance or afford the gas to get there. I'd like you to really put in consideration that Citrus Heights is a low-income community. We are continuously building low-income housing by the numbers, and if we're going to keep doing that, our community members who do want pets will not be able to properly afford to spay and neuter their animals. Field Haven is not taking away from any veterinary services other than a low-cost option for spay and neuter. And I hope tonight that you guys will see. As you know, I have talked to a lot of our veterinarians in our community. They have emails. I've talked to them. I've gone to their vet's offices to find low-cost options for our community and help more members get that done. As you know, I am currently, because I cannot find a resolution to get more spay and neuter from our community, from our animal services, from Bradshaw, or anything that we have currently going on right now, I am doing a fundraiser under Citrus Heights Rescues Animals. This will go to Mercy Vet Hospital to get 30 spay and neuters for trapped feral cats off of our street to get spayed and neutered. And so if you guys can go to my webpage and help me make that happen, I'd really appreciate that. The GoFundMe is on Citrus Heights Rescues Animals. Thank you.
Next is Jody Moding, and then followed by Laura Wilkie.
Hello. Thank you, Council. I'm Jody Moding. I run All About Pets, a veterinary hospital that's been in Citrus Heights since 1989. One of the things that sticks out to me is the City of Citrus Heights Chamber. Their motto is stay local. And we live by that at All About Pets. I try, anytime I buy us food, I shop local. I want to keep the tax dollars in Citrus Heights. We feel that we funnel a lot of money back into the community. We really want to help the community. And we are glad that we're getting together to discuss the problem of cats and the need for affordable health care for pets. Some of the key concerns that we have, a couple of the vets, we got together to talk about it, and I completely agree with Dr. Lynette's opposition to this. I'm going to talk about the procedural deficiencies, the lack of RFP. City policy favors local businesses in competitive bidding. No RFP was conducted for this lease. Veterinary hospitals were excluded from discussions despite veterinarians and veterinary hospitals' sole purpose to help address animal health, safety, and population control in the community. Having licensed facilities, trained staff, and the same services already in place. Prior experience, 2012 RFP awarded to local hospitals for emergency services. And a requested joint meeting with the city manager, Fieldhaven, and all of the veterinary hospitals to discuss how we could all work together to reach the city's objectives while supporting everyone was denied, despite the invitation in the letter by the city to reach out if we want to discuss the topic further. We want to have a seat at the table. We want to help do this together. We do want to have some guidelines in the lease to limit the scope of this operation. So hopefully we could work together to come to an agreement to make this work for everyone, because I do believe this is a really important thing that everyone's working together for. I thank you guys for your time.
Next is Laura Wilkie, followed by Karen Bierman.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Krupinski, Costa, and members of the council. My name is Laura Wilkie. I'm here today to express my opposition for item 11 tonight regarding the lease between City of Citrus Heights and Fieldhaven. Per your report, I see the property was purchased in October of 24, 2 parcels for use for a municipal animal service. At this time, it appears, as your Mayor Ash Feeney indicated, that only 1 parcel is needed, so the other parcel is obviously open, right? I have read the staff report, and I'm looking at the draft lease agreement that's before you tonight, and I don't see anywhere where it was put out to bid. And I know that the California Constitution, Article 16.6, this isn't a city-operated business, and it's not a government use. It is a nonprofit. It needs to go through the open bid process. You might say that this facility offers something unique or something special, but I would tend to disagree. There are other low-cost vaccination places, spay and neuter facilities in the area. Summerhill Pet, there is PetSmart that does do spay and neuter and also vaccinations and other nonprofits. So this isn't the only nonprofit. So an open bid process would give other nonprofits in the area an opportunity to bid. Additionally, in your report, I see that it is $1 a month for 18 months, a year and a half, at which point it will go to a almost market rate of $2,500 per month. Okay, that is a gift of public funds, and if my accounting is right, it's $44,982 over that 18-month period, and I don't believe that that is appropriate. As you know, there are other long-term, and right across the corner, there is Sylvan Corner Pet Hospital directly across the street. This pet hospital has been a valued member in your community for more than 35 years. If you walk into their foyer, their waiting area, you see that they've been rated #1 pet hospital in Citrus Heights, voted by the community for like 7 years in a row. They take pride in being here in the city of Citrus Heights. If the property had been put out to bid, there is no doubt there would be other bidders for this property. I don't disagree with the great work that Field Haven Feline Center does. I get it. It's needed. But I don't think that this was done in an appropriate manner. And so at this time, I respectfully request that you deny the request to approve the property lease, that you ask the city to put out a bid with a scope of work that details what the city would like to see, including discounted fees, spay and neuter clinics, all the benefits that the city wants, everything that meets your 2024 strategic plan objectives. I ask that you put that in a proposal. Additionally, I ask, because seems like it's just been picked out of the hat, I would suggest that you form a subcommittee that consists of city staff, businesses, and community representatives to oversee the draft of the actual RFP to go out to bid, as well as review and select the best provided for these services that gives the city of Citrus Heights the best service and yields the highest benefit to the community as well as the city. With that, I don't have any other comments. I do believe it needs to be an open bid process, and I don't believe that a gift of public funds is appropriate at this time. Thank you.
Next is Karen Bierman, and then followed by Robert Olivas.
Good evening. I just spent a few days last week calling every vet in Citrus Heights, all 11 of them, to get their pricing to do a cat spay, cat neuter with vaccines, microchip, and to see how much it would cost just anybody off the street, let alone just a rescue. So Alcala Pet, $700 to $900 each. Pre-surgical exam required. Will do ferals. Citrus Heights Pet Hospital, female, $477 to $500 plus a $16.50 cone of shame. Male is $400 to $430 with a $16.50 cone. Will not do ferals. Mercy Pet Hospital, pre-surgical exam fee, $270, $65 microchip, vaccines included in the fee. Female, $350 for a total of $685. Male, $150 for a total of $485. Will do ferals. Summer Hills Vet, rabies is $300. FERCP vaccines, $45, and microchip is $58. Female, $399 for a total of $540. Male, $199 for a total of $340. Will not do ferals. All About Pets. Let's see, they got my email, never sent an email. They wouldn't do it over the phone, but somebody else got their email, so I've got it here. All About Pets for a female spay, $280. Extended surgery, maybe if she is pregnant or in heat, $55. Rabies, $40. FERCP, $40. What's this? FELV, feline leukemia, is $49. Feline FIV viral triple snap test is $72. And Microchip with Advid registration is $60, so a total of $605 at All About Pets. Sylvan Corners, they don't give estimates over the phone, and they will not do ferals. Sunrise Boulevard Vet Hospital, $68 exam fee, $120 for vaccines, $65 for microchip. Female, $400 to $600, $753 total, approximately, splitting it in half. Male is $350 for $603. Will not do ferals. Family Friends, $35 FERCP, $40 rabies, $65 microchip. Female, anywhere between $500 and $600. Male, anywhere between $400 and $500. Will not do ferals. San Juan Vet Hospital, where I met you, $882 all-inclusive for a female, $704 all-inclusive for a male. They will do ferals. Banfield Citrus Heights, $600 to $800 each, will do ferals. And Dr. Dean Henrik, $75 pre-surgical visit, $45 FERCP, rabies is $30, microchip is $52.50. Female is $477 to $500 for a total of $705.50, and male is $400 to $430, $632.50. Will not do ferals. 6 of the 11 vets in Citrus Heights will not do ferals. Just giving you the facts. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Olivas, and then followed by Michelle Johnson.
Thank you guys for having us. My name is Robert Olivas. I am the hospital manager at Sylvan Corners Pet Hospital. I've been working there since 1996, and of course they've been open since 1975. At Sylvan Corners Pet Hospital, we really pride ourselves on being a cornerstone of the community. Like all veterinary hospitals, I'm sure we work with rescues, multiple rescues that kind of help offer the solution that is affecting our city. You know, we need a low-cost spay-neuter option, for this city. But what struck me at this whole thing was that, like the doctor said at Field Haven, which do great work, and I love them, I recommend them, all the time, is that they have one doctor, one practice. Here in Citrus Heights, there's 10 practices. There's 100 veterinarians. So I would like to kind of also put forth a motion to kind of, because I'm opposing this lease right now as it is written, which I'll get into and everyone else will kind of get into too, is that we can maybe come together and build like a coalition to kind of help curb the situation. Because cats are out of control. I mean, you hear the numbers, 100,000 cats in the city. One hospital opening up that's going to be able to help with that situation is not going to be able to fix the problem. The problem is big. We have to kind of work together as a community to curb it. So that's what I'm kind of opposing to, is just to make sure that that's on the table. I live in this city. Like I said, I volunteer here as mostly a baseball fanatic. I've worked with Ash, plenty in the city to kind of clean up our parks, so I am all about staying local and kind of helping the situation get better from the inside. And like I said, this lease that was purchased and also kind of brought to the table is directly across the street from our practice. So I'm not upset about that too much. The city came to us with Ruben Hernandez, a couple years back, and wanted to kind of build a shelter situation at our practice, which we were for, to kind of help animals at night, kind of before they went out to the county. And it kind of just kind of fell through. Didn't know what really happened there. I know things take a long time to kind of get going, but we were willing to kind of help with the city and other things that pop up when it comes to animal situations. So, like I said, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, you knew that Sylvan Corner is ready. We're ready to help the situation. If we don't have Field Haven move in, and if we do, we just have a big problem with the lease and the actual writing of it. If you look at it very closely, there's a lot of contradictions in there. There's a lot. And of course, the big thing that we kind of are worried about is low-cost spay and neuter is great. We need it. But vaccines and the things that they're going to be doing else, you know, possibly, or it's assured it seems like they're going to be doing, is going to really take away from a lot of the veterinarians and what we do. Everyone knows that when, like you said, Dr. Jana, when animals go into a low-cost spay and neuter situation or a parking lot vaccine clinic and they receive those vaccines, they think they're good. They're good for you know, a couple of years, you know, until they got to come back. And then also Field Haven is going to be offering the core vaccines of distemper and rabies. I mean, that's like 80% of the reason why people come into a practice is because of the rabies vaccines, the distempers. So like I'm saying, we just want to make sure that, you know, everyone sees the long haul of this, you know, project. We just, you know, we're fine. I love Field Haven. They do great work. And if they do come in, I want to be neighborly. I want to have a referral program set up and kind of do everything that we envisioned. But I just really would hope to kind of dial back the scope of what they're able to do, you know, because I think it is going to have long-term effects on the veterinary practices in the city. So the only other thing too, I just didn't really wanted to make sure I said was that Dr. Lynette's going to come up and talk about, you know, some of the things that she is concerned about. But like I said, the biggest thing I just want to make sure everyone understands is that as a practice in the facility or the city, we're ready to work and team together up and make sure that this problem gets solved with or without the lease that comes into play. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michelle Johnson, and then following is Dr. Marcy Lynette.
Hello, Mayor and the Council. My name is Michelle Johnson. I wanted to make a little correction. We were voted for the 16th year in a row as the best of Citrus Heights, so I had to get that plug in there. I've worked there for about 35, 36 years. I started as a vet tech, and now I'm an owner partner in the practice. Some of the services we offer are spays, neuters, dentals, microchipping, vaccines, wellness services. We work, like Robert said, with several rescue groups in the area. We've participated in spay, neuter days with the county. We have participated in the free voucher programs for free exams. And we have an angel fund for clients that, you know, might need that extra help. First, I want to say that we do not have a problem at all with Field Haven. In fact, we refer a lot of people up there. In fact, I got my 2 cats from Field Haven, and my hospital manager worked with Melissa probably a couple weeks ago to get a little kitten that was found up to where they, you know, where it needed to be. We kept the kitten for a day or overnight, and then he worked with Melissa. So we don't have a problem with Field Haven at all. But I think we do have a problem with the way the lease is written. There's a lot of contradictory statements in there. I'm just going to put a couple out there. One says Field Haven won't provide general wellness or emergency vet services, which are commonly provided through veterinary hospitals. But then it says potential support services include spays, neuters, vaccines, life-saving procedures for the community and known pets, such as amputations, eye enucleations, pyometras. These are wellness and emergency vet services and are provided at vet hospitals for owned pets. I don't think we've ever turned away somebody's pet that was dying because they didn't have enough money. We find ways to make it work. These services are already in vet hospitals with some low-cost options. Also, in the lease, there's no terms regarding the signage or no terms to limit the scope of the veterinary services and prevent competition. So I think at the very least, the lease needs to be specific. They need specific terms and conditions for the people that would not otherwise go to a vet hospital, such as what's going to be the financial or situational requirement for this population of people that are going to use Field Haven? How will it be verified? How will we verify if it's a citizen of Citrus Heights? How will the city use any vouchers awarded from Field Haven? How will it be monitored? It needs checks and balances, and I don't see any in the way the lease is written right now. The way the lease is written will impact our business unless we change it. The businesses around us, and especially ours, because we're directly across the street, will slow down. Practices can face layoffs of CSRs, vet tech support staff. We've had some staff that have been there for over 20 years, and I did only find out about this whole thing on social media, and although I met with Ash and we had a sit-down about it, as soon as I found out, he said that there was something put out in March at a retreat or something. I never heard of it. Several of the vet hospitals around here hadn't heard of it either. And I'm disappointed that the city just didn't approach us as the veterinary community and see if we could all work together. A letter was mailed to us a couple weeks ago telling us about the meeting tonight. So why weren't we thought about before? Because this is a big thing. What I would like to happen tonight, and I respectfully request, is that we get a postponement of the lease vote, get a chance to work with Field Haven, work out a good lease, and work with the city to see that how we all can come up with an objective that we all will be happy with and everybody's happy. Because there, like Robert said, there is a problem, but we all want to be part of the solution. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dr. Marcy Lynette, and then following is Scott Anderson.
You're going to hear a little bit of repetitiveness because we've been working together on this a little bit. But I'm Dr. Marcy Lynette. I'm the owner of Mercy Pet Hospital. And first and foremost, I want to say that I fully support affordable and accessible veterinary services and addressing the feral cat population. I've spent the last 20 years as a veterinarian solely focusing on providing affordable services for pets. And making sure that they were accessible. I founded Mercy Pet Hospital in Citrus Heights 15 years ago.
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pull the microphone back to you. There you go.
I founded Mercy Pet Hospital in Citrus Heights nearly 15 years ago with the mission quality care, affordable cost. We currently offer low-cost spay-neuters with similar prices to Community Spay-Neuter and SPCA. You can look at our website. But we can get them in within about a week or two, not the 3 months wait. We offer a customizable spectrum of care, including lower-cost emergency surgeries. We have in-house payment plan options and more. So I understand more than most just how needed affordable services are. I emailed you all my concerns regarding this matter yesterday. I apologize for the length. But I like to look at situations from all angles and figure out what makes the most sense. The main takeaway points that I'd like for you to consider are, I think Field Haven helping to address the feral cat population here is fantastic. But one clinic alone is not enough to effectively decrease the population. We all know that cats breed exponentially. And a more comprehensive plan needs to be discussed that involves all of us working together to tackle it in about a month's period of time if we're actually going to make a difference with the population. I had requested that all of us get together and meet and have a conversation to figure out how best to achieve the city's goals together while still supporting everyone, and to do this before anything was set in stone. The request was denied, which doesn't make sense to me because having more people and organizations tackling these issues, the better. I have several concerns regarding the language of the lease itself. There are multiple contradictory statements. There are no terms regarding the signage. And my largest concern is that there are no terms to actually limit their scope of operations and prevent any competition with us. If the city's goal is to provide low-cost veterinary services to Citrus Heights citizens that would not otherwise come to a veterinary hospital, the lease really does need to have specific terms, and I'm going to echo what Michelle just did. What is the financial or situational requirement for this population? How will that requirement be verified? How to verify that they're citizens of Citrus Heights? How Field Haven services will be limited to only the specific population of owned pets on an ongoing basis, and how the city of Citrus Heights will use any vouchers awarded from Field Haven to be limited to these same terms for distribution. Really, the checks and balances are needed. There will be a direct cost to the city of Citrus Heights. There's going to be missed and lost income from free and below market rent. There's cost of tenant improvements, but really more information is needed to fully understand the costs of the city. There are indirect costs to the city in the way that the lease is written now. It will have a significant impact on the local veterinary hospitals, taking away our core revenue-generating services. Considering we are already oversaturated with 10 hospitals, and currently the veterinary hospitals are already in a state of economic stress. We've been having a continual decrease in our visits over the last year and a half, and change in revenue is below the rate of inflation. As our practices shrink and close, we have reduced business license fees, property taxes, and sales taxes. Job losses will lead to reduced local household spending and further income loss. So really, you have a reduced tax base and direct cost equals a net fiscal loss. I'd really like you guys to consider rejecting the current lease proposal as it's procedurally flawed and economically harmful the way it's written now. Implementing a voucher system usable at multiple veterinary hospitals helps provide the equitable access and reducing a bottleneck or longer waits for services like we see at other facilities, and keeps the revenue in local businesses and strengthens the local economy. Lease the space to Field Haven, but have their scope limited to feral and unowned animals and animal control pets only.
Can you wrap it up, please?
I'm sorry. Yes. And then regardless, I feel like we need to come up with a better solution regarding the feral cats. Thank you.
Next is Scott Anderson, and then following is Anna Romeo.
Good evening. Thank you to Mayor and City Council for listening to us tonight. I am Scott Anderson. I'm a partner in Sylvan Corners Pet Hospital. And as a little background, I've been in the veterinary industry for over 40 years, in management primarily, okay? And in that time, I've been executive director of 2 large nonprofits in the San Francisco Bay Area. As a partner at Sylvan Corners and looking at this proposal, the first thing that strikes me is that it does acknowledge the problem that we have, which has been acknowledged by everyone in the room tonight, that we have a feral cat problem, not only here, in every place in California, including in San Francisco. And it's essential that we begin to deal with it. And I think a group like Field Haven is a very good organization to partner with in being able to attack this problem, okay? What I am concerned about, as the previous speakers have mentioned, is the lease. There's some contradictions in the lease. There's some lack of scope, discussion of scope in the lease. And there's some very basic things that we need to consider. Something as simple as signage, of what signage will be in front of Field Haven across the street from Sylvan Corners. If you look on their website, you know, it says that they have Hathaway Veterinary Clinic. Okay, tonight the representatives of Field Haven talked about it as Hathaway Spay-Neuter Clinic. But if the sign said veterinary clinic across the street from another clinic, this is going to create confusion and where we're going to go. So it's just a simple example of something that should be included in the lease. As Dr. Lynette mentioned, there are contradictions in the lease. And what we want to be able to do is to talk through these things and avoid any unanticipated results. One of the unanticipated results which Ash and Michelle Johnson and I met about is that a few months ago there was the the vaccine clinic across the street from Sylvan Corners. Okay, and Mayor, I believe you attended that. Well, what happened at that vaccine clinic is that they filled the parking lot at Sylvan Corners Pet Hospital so that our clients that had appointments had to go down the block to park. Okay? Now, talking to Ash about that, he said he realized that it would never happen again. Okay, but that's something that couldn't be predicted. Okay, and also as we talked to some of the people who parked in our lot, okay, we found that they were from Roseville. They were from as far away as Auburn. And so that the word got out that this low-cost vaccine clinic was there, and now suddenly we had a crowd that wasn't just Citrus Heights. So to a previous speaker's point, how do we ensure that we are focusing on Citrus Heights? Okay, because this is where I came to make an investment in the clinic, been very happy with it, been with it for 27 years. So I think what we're proposing tonight is a pause in the lease, okay? Not a rejection, but a pause in the consideration of the lease so that there could be a meeting, such as Dr. Lynette and others have mentioned, between Field Haven, the city, and the local veterinary community to be able to address specific issues in that. Because we haven't had that opportunity. We haven't had the opportunity to look at what Field Haven had submitted to the city for this project. Okay, and we talk about RFPs and other things. That process didn't give us a chance for input other than the letter we received about 2 weeks ago. So again, what we're looking for is clarity in the lease, clarity in the objective, and I think that a pause in approving the lease tonight with the objective of meeting together with the three entities, Field Haven, that city, and with veterinary community, would help to iron out those few problems that there are and achieve success. Thank you.
Next is Anna Romeo, and then following is Lori Whitney.
Hello. Oh, sorry. My name is Anna Romeo. I am a high school counselor at San Juan High School. I am also a resident of Citrus Heights. I am a kitten foster with the Bradshaw Animal Shelter. And I am a cat owner who spends tens of thousands of dollars each year in veterinary care for my 4 cats. And yes, I do that at a for-profit veterinary clinic. Madam Mayor, I want you to know my cats get yearly dental cleanings. One of my cats has an animal ophthalmologist. I believe I am referred to as a big fish in the veterinary industry. I am here to...
I own a bulldog.
Yeah. Or a French bulldog, right? I am here to voice my support for the temporary lease agreement between the city of Citrus Heights and Field Haven Feline Center. Citrus Heights currently has a cat crisis. Every year during kitten season, the shelter is full. Rescues are full. There have been many times when I have brought my foster kittens into Bradshaw Animal Shelter, which is supposed to be an open intake shelter, and I have seen them turn away cats and kittens because they are at capacity. The only way out of this crisis is through affordable and accessible spay and neuter services. Currently, Sacramento County does not have a lot of affordable and accessible spay and neuter services. There is the community spay and neuter clinic. It is affordable, but it is not accessible. It is almost impossible to get an appointment. And then with many of these private veterinary clinics, they are accessible, but for many people in our community, they are not affordable. A few years ago, I tried to help one of my students get her cat spayed after her cat gave birth to her 3rd litter of kittens. The girl's family took the cat to a vet and was quoted it would be $550 for a spay surgery alone. This family lived paycheck to paycheck. They could barely afford the $60 exam fee, much less a $550 surgery. Now, people who know me know that I'm a bit of a dedicated person, especially when it comes to my students. So I made it my mission to try to help my student get her cat spayed. I called Community Spay and Neuter Clinic, and I was told that there were no appointments, but I was told to call back every single day. I did that for 3 months before I got an appointment. And by this time, my student's cat was pregnant again. My student's family couldn't take time off of work to take the cat 30 minutes away to Community Spay and Neuter, so I had to take time off of work and go there myself. And I paid out of pocket for the extra cost that it would be to do a spay abort since the cat was pregnant again. I don't at all regret the time or the money spent helping my student get her cat spayed. In fact, I'm very proud of it. But I don't think this is a reasonable expectation for the other citizens and members of Citrus Heights to do. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but not everybody is going to be as dedicated as I was when it comes to getting a cat spayed or neutered. Many families live busy lives. They can't necessarily take time off of work or hours waiting on the phone to get an appointment. And this was all for one cat. What about all of the other cats? What about the cats with kittens? What about families with more than one cat? Even I wouldn't be able to spend that much time on the phone and miss that much work. I do not think that Field Haven would take any substantial money away from veterinary clinics because, to quote my Virginian grandmother, you can't bleed a turnip. My student's family, for example, didn't have the money to go to a private vet. But her cat cost all of us taxpayers a lot of money because every time her cat would have a new litter, they would go to Bradshaw Animal Shelter. And then who was paying for their vaccines, their spay and neuter, all of their veterinary care? Taxpayers, us. Field Haven is not meant for me. Field Haven is not meant for somebody who's comfortable with some disposable income. Field Haven is meant for my students, and I really hope you all vote yes. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Lori Whitney, and then following is Jody King.
Thank you. So my name is Lori, and I'm pretty excited to be here because I grew up in Citrus Heights and graduated from San Juan High School. Thinking about all that now. Fast forward many years later, I discovered a little rescue that also started in Citrus Heights, just like me, called Itsy Bitsy Rescue, run by a woman and her daughter that realized there was a segment of the population that was really being forgotten at the shelters. People didn't realize that if animals come into the shelter that are too young to eat on their own, that need to be bottle fed, the shelters would just have to euthanize them because they don't have the staff to bottle feed. So Itsy Bitsy Rescue was started 20 years ago. And it was successful when I first started volunteering there 20 years ago. She rescued about 50 to 100 kittens a year. Okay, so to fast forward a little bit, Itsy Bitsy Rescue is still in business, doing quite well. We have many, many volunteers, and we are still 100% volunteer-driven. And we have no financial backing. It's all donation support. We also work with PetSmart. We're a PetSmart charity. I wanted to share that today we, on average, adopt out or rescue approximately 800 kittens a year. If you factor in the puppies that we're not now doing as well, that number's even higher. We're in a situation where like I said, we're nonprofit. We have to find low-cost spay-neuter. Our options are the animal spay and neuter clinic, which is in Auburn, that everybody in this room, I'm sure, is familiar with, that deals with rescue and ferals and whatnot. Community spay-neuter clinic, thank God they opened a while back at Bradshaw. UC Davis, we do a lot with UC Davis. And thank goodness for Field Haven Feline Rescue in Lincoln. We would love to have the support of a veterinarian that we could afford in the Citrus Heights area. And we're so excited about the possibility of an organization like Field Haven that we have partnered so well with to have the opportunity to have a remote location here for these needs. Low cost spay and neuter. And, you know, when you're doing sometimes 20 surgeries a week, we really need low cost to be able to continue the work that we do. So all of our animals, kittens and puppies, are not adopted into their forever loving homes until they are spayed or neutered, microchipped, and vaccinated. And we need the support of a veterinarian that can support us for that. We work with a lot of veterinarians in the greater Sacramento area, including Citrus Heights. They cannot provide the volume because of their staffing or their ability to have the lower prices for rescues like Itsy Bitsy Rescue that Field Haven can. So we vote that you please consider their offer, their proposal. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Jody King, and following is Monet, is it Noe?
So I'm a boots on the ground trapper, and you're familiar with TNR, right? There is an epidemic now. The cat population is unmanageable right now. There's not time to wait for putting on a pause to get together to come up with something. The solution is right before us. The cats that are feral would not be brought into a typical clinic. The cats that are feral are brought into places like Feline Field Haven and other nonprofits that specialize in spay and neuter and vaccines for feral cats. These cats do not have homes, and so we're fortunate if they even get one vaccine, because they're not going to be able to come back again. I have personally trapped at least 600 cats, TNR'd, and I have a colony right now that I'm feeding. There were 63 cats. Now it's gone down to, there's about 25 cats now. Some of them adopted out. Some of them got just left, or maybe they passed on, I don't know. But all of them, a couple of us were able to get them spayed and neutered and vaccinated, every single one of them. And now we feed them. Now I cannot find a place that I can bring the cats into when I have a large colony that I need to do TNR. And it breaks my heart, because we've worked so hard, if there's a colony of cats and then we just have one female that we can't bring in, or a tomcat that's going to go and a female that's even worse, then we have an explosion of cats and it's unmanageable, and that is what's happening now. So I thank you for this solution. We need to implement this solution now. Thank you.
Next speaker is Monet Noe, and then following is Kathy Leonard.
Some of us have anxiety, you guys. It's okay. This is her.
Hello. I don't know how I got here. I was sent here by the cat distribution system that found me last year when we walked into our backyard and found a mama cat and 5 kittens. And so my first thought is to contact my vet and see how I can get them fixed. After my heart attack, of the price, I started calling around to the shelters. As previous people have said before, it's almost impossible to get into the low-cost spay and neuter programs. You got to call on this day of the month and, jump around 10 times. And, it's like I called, I emailed, I did so many different things to try to get an appointment for these cats. Then I met her. And, I remember crying out front here from one of the community meetings that I went to. I was just so frustrated. But because there's just not a lot for people in the community. And, a lot of people aren't able to afford that cost. At that time, I had lost my job. And so thank goodness for Care Credit, I did end up going to my vet and paying for the service for the cat, for the mama cat. I was able to get a nonprofit to take in the 5 little kittens. I kept them until they were big enough to leave the mom. Someone in our family was able to take the mama cat. She said, if you can get her fixed, I'll take her. I was like, yes, done. But yeah, it's just, there's just not a lot out here for people. And my neighbor across the street has kittens all the time too. It's like, I think we need something so, we can tell people, hey, take your animals here because, it's expensive. Rent is expensive. Everything is so expensive right now. This is kind of the last thing on people's mind, especially when it's like $600 to $800 for a cat. Last time I spayed a cat was like 16 years ago, and my little old cats, they're it's probably like maybe a couple $100 back then. It's crazy now. So I think this is something our community really desperately needs. And for some reason, people like to contact me when they find cats too. So it's like, I would like to be able to direct them somewhere, So anyways, thank you.
Next is Kathy Leonard, and following is Ray Reilly.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Leonard. I'm president of the board of directors for Field Haven Feline Center. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for hearing us all tonight, all of our 20-something responses. And I'm not going to reiterate what many have said here regarding this proposal. What I would like to say is that Field Haven and our mission is to serve that segment of population that is very critical and is not being served here and in many other areas. The feral population, the low-cost spay and neuter situation, and as many have said, it is very difficult in these economic times for many people to take care of their pets properly. Either they can't get an appointment or they can't afford it. Our proposal would give the opportunity to provide these services to people who really need them here. We are not in competition. We are in collaboration, and that's what we do in every place that we serve, whether it's Marysville, whether it's working with the Maui fire victims over in Maui, and all the other projects that we've done. We have gone in with collaboration, we work with everyone, and we try to come up with the best solution for the cats. I do encourage you to approve this resolution. Thank you for your time.
So next is Ray Reilly, and then following is Sandra Decker.
Well, good evening, Council. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm here to talk about the governance aspect of this process. I really didn't see much about this until 2 days ago, so I haven't had a chance to review everything about it. My concern is a lack of a bidding process. You know, I sit on the Citrus Heights Water District Board of Directors. If we had a project that has this magnitude and impact on the community, we would want to have some of our community meetings, our Citizen Advisory Committee, to talk about and evaluate what is going on. I would like to have seen, looking at what I've heard tonight, a big meeting where you invited the veterinary clinics to come out and talk. I'd like to see them talking to Fieldhaven and staff to have a meeting. I can't confirm it, but I think that the Chamber of Commerce was asked about this and the impact it would have on local business, and the Chamber chose not to get involved. I don't know about how many meetings they were attempted with you, Ash, to have a discussion between the veterinary clinics and Fieldhaven. Good governance requires hard work and sitting, and I admire you guys, what you do every meeting. To sit and listen to 25 people talk it's hard work, and that's what good governance is. That's why you're elected, is to sit there and listen to the community, and I deeply appreciate that because I know what it's like. I'd ask you to consider to tap the brakes a little bit, evaluate the contract, evaluate the lease, and make sure that all of the stakeholders have conversations together so that you can have a good resolution that will serve the feral cat community, take care of our animals, be sure they're not getting run over, be sure they're not having babies week after week after week. Tap the brakes, evaluate what's going on. If it takes 2 or 3 months, I don't think that's going to change the outcome because I'm not sure what the timeline is on construction. If it's anything like the construction we do in the water district, this stuff takes more time than you want it to take, and that you have probably several months to make a good decision and make sure that this works for everyone. Thanks. Have a good evening.
The next speaker is Sandra Decker, and then following is Annette Asplund.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Decker. I was here more than a year ago. I think some of you remember me. I actually had lunch with you. I am a trapper, big-time trapper, trap a lot of cats in Citrus Heights. I just found out about this meeting today, and the reason I came is because I don't really understand why anyone wouldn't want this. The feral cat population just in Citrus Heights is unbelievable, and we just got a call the other day that some woman said she has like 50 cats. You know, we were here a year ago doing the same thing, and Melissa, I know Melissa has contacted every vet clinic known to mankind looking for some help with low-cost spay and neuter. And now we have an opportunity, and someone's worried about vaccines. Vaccines? You can go get vaccines at Petco. You can get vaccines at Tractor Supply. You can get vaccines anywhere. We can go to Tractor Supply and buy them ourselves and give them ourselves. I don't think that that's a reason to not open a clinic that can provide low-cost spay and neuter to some of these families that cannot afford it. Instead of having to pay $800 or $900 to get your cat fixed, when before COVID, it was $175 to get your cat fixed. I don't know why all the prices are so high, but I know a lot of people can't afford it. I listen to it every day. Today, I took a cat to Animal Outreach, paid for it myself because I didn't have any appointments anywhere. I understand appointments are too hard to get. I paid for it myself. It was $110 to get a cat fixed. And I got vaccines, and I got ear mite treatment, and I got tapeworm treatment for $110, and it was a female. And that's through Animal Outreach. There are resources out there, but they're very limited. And I know a lot of people, a lot of trappers don't want to spend $110 every time they get a cat fixed. That's why we use other things, community spay and neuter, Auburn Spay and Neuter, and also the SPCA. But I sat here and I was just in disbelief we've been talking about this for more than a year, and someone's worried about taking their business. And I totally agree. We're not taking their business because the people that we help can't afford them. They can't afford $700 or $800 to get their cat fixed. They call us, pleading with us, get us a spot at CSN, get us a spot at Auburn Spay and Neuter, do something to help. That's why I'm here. I'm here to say it's time to do this. We have an opportunity. We have people that have experience, and they're willing to come to Citrus Heights and contribute to solving the problem instead of talking about the problem for 3 more months. It's time. We were here a year ago, and there were 80 cats over on Linden Lime. Now we find out there's 50 cats over off of Mariposa someplace. It's ridiculous. It's time now. Now's the time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Annette Asplund, and then following is Vicki Adams, if they're here in the audience. The next, Sonia Luna had submitted a letter that was more than 250 words. We've provided a copy of that to the City Council.
I'm Vicki Adams.
Okay.
Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Vicki. I'm practice manager at Citrus Heights Pet Hospital, and I'm standing before you on behalf of our owners who have provided 2 letters. The first one is from Dr. Avery Brixson. I'm a veterinarian with over 28 years of experience and the co-owner of Citrus Heights Pet Hospital since 2010, and I strongly support Field Haven's proposed lease in Citrus Heights. Our city has long benefited from multiple veterinary practices, giving families the freedom to choose care that aligns with their values while ensuring wide access to services. In my daily work, I see the challenges families and rescues volunteers face when trying to access low-cost spay, neuter, and vaccination services. Long wait times and limited availability delay options and place heavy burdens on residents, especially those on fixed incomes. Field Haven's presence would address these gaps by providing affordable preventative care, protecting against diseases like rabies, and helping remain compliant with local pet ordinances. From my perspective, low-cost vaccines and spay-neuter clinics do not threaten private practices. On the contrary, they complement us by covering essential preventative services, which allows practices like mine to focus on advanced medicine, surgery, dentistry, and ongoing patient care. In the end, healthier pets still need veterinarians for their lifelong health issues, which strengthens our local veterinary community. I believe Field Haven's lease will be an incredible benefit to both our community and local practices. It will improve public health, support rescues, and expand access to affordable care for families who need it most. I encourage the City Council to approve this lease. I believe this is long overdue and much needed resource for Citrus Heights. Second letter I have is from Eric J. Brixson, Hospital Administrator from Citrus Heights Pet Hospital. On behalf of Citrus Heights Pet Hospital, I am writing to express our strong support for Field Haven's proposal to provide low-cost spay, neuter, and vaccination services in the city of Citrus Heights. Our hospital has been serving this community since 1962. And since 2010, my wife, Dr. Avery Brixson, and I have been honored to continue the legacy of care. Field Haven's program will expand access to vital preventative services for families who may otherwise struggle to afford them, improving the health and well-being of the pets throughout our city. Just as importantly, it will help reduce the number of feral and stray animals, a challenge Citrus Heights has faced for many years. The initiative will not negatively affect private practices like ours. It will complement our work by providing affordable preventative care while allowing veterinary hospitals to focus on advanced medicine, surgery, dentistry, and long-term patient management. In this way, the program strengthens the broader veterinary ecosystem by encouraging healthier pets, stronger client relationships, and more engaged pet-owning community. This is a community-centered effort that aligns closely with our hospital values of compassionate care and public service. I respectfully encourage the Citrus Heights City Council to approve Field Haven's lease, recognizing the meaningful and lasting impact it will have on our residents, their pets, and the community as a whole. Thank you.
That concludes all of the in-person public comment, and I just have a couple of written public comments that were submitted. And the first one is from Kristen Nelson. They state, unfixed cats is a huge problem within Citrus Heights. I have had 9 cats, kittens, TNR'd, and after being quoted between $500 to $600 from local vets, I opted to instead drive 40-plus minutes each way to obtain more budget-friendly services. Being as Animal Services does not assist with this need, at a minimum, Field Haven should be allowed to help us citizens out. Vets aren't losing business to this. In fact, one vet I called referred me to SPCA and apologized for their $600 price tag. What will happen is either people will go out of their way to drive elsewhere, or cats will be left to continue to populate unfixed. Please let Field Haven help us. The next is from Mary Holsey, and they state, free for feral cats, TNR greatly needed in Citrus Heights. Way too many unhoused cats and kittens without anywhere to help residents get overpopulation under control. Ignoring it won't solve anything. The next is from Katie Mack. We are in great need of more low-cost spay and neuter clinics. I am with Fluff Buddies, a cat rescue organization. Our phones ring constantly with people needing help because they have found kittens, unspayed females, etc. The rescue community is overwhelmed. The feral cat population has exploded. The humane trappers are exhausted, and the county and city shelters are not much help. And the next one is from Maiz Elise. As a Citrus Heights resident and co-founder of Fix Our Shelters, I strongly support bringing a spay-neuter clinic to our community. Accessible and affordable spay-neuter services are one of the most effective tools we have to prevent animals from entering already overburdened shelters. Every litter prevented means fewer animals facing homelessness, fewer taxpayer dollars spent on housing them, and fewer animals at risk of euthanasia when shelters reach capacity. Some in the veterinary field have raised concerns about competition, but that argument misses the point. Veterinary medicine is rooted in the principle of do no harm. There is no greater harm than allowing preventable suffering of animals born into lives of neglect, abandonment, or unnecessary death in crowded shelters. Spay-neuter clinics are not taking business away from full-service practices. Rather, they are filling a gap by serving pet owners who might otherwise forgo these essential procedures due to cost or accessibility. Veterinarians and advocates alike should be aligned on this. Reducing intake into shelters helps the entire community, including local veterinary practices. Fewer stray and unwanted animals means healthier, safer neighborhoods, less strain on municipal resources, and better outcomes for pets who already have homes. Citrus Heights has the opportunity to lead with compassion and common sense by supporting this clinic. Doing so will not only save lives, but will also demonstrate our city's commitment to responsible, humane solutions for animal welfare. And that concludes all of the public comment.
Can you scan those and email those to us? Those ones you just read, because I get all my comments.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I think what I want to do is, does anybody have questions that you might want to ask based on some of the statements that we heard? Does anyone have questions? I have a couple from Field Haven. Where's our Field Haven lady? You want us up there? Yeah, please. What's the wait time? Because your website says 2 months. Is it 2 months or wait time to get an appointment?
No, I don't do the scheduling. Sorry, I do the surgery. No, it's not. It's dependent on the day and if we have cancellations. If you are on our wait list, we have gotten pregnant feral cats in the next day if needed. So that's our number one priority.
Emergencies, yeah.
Well, yeah, we don't want those kittens. No, That's our number one priority.
Oh, excuse me. Do you dispense meds when you see cats that, when you send back with their owners? Do you dispense medications?
Like ongoing pain medication, is that what you're referring to? Or?
Well, flea, flea stuff.
We do administer it in clinic, but it is only a single dose.
So you don't sell sell product?
No.
Okay.
We give it to our foster kitten people, but I mean, again, they're.
You're not a source of sales tax?
No.
Okay. Just
That's a good
hoping.
question, though. Yeah. But we do apply
can
it.
hope.
We see a lot of fleas. Trust me, I hate when I'm doing surgery and there's fleas jumping in my incision.
I'm
Like
sure.
that is not,
No, I
not
was
kosher.
looking at it as a sales tax, incentive. What is that? I can't even read my own writing.
Can I mention something real quick? Just
Sure.
a quick thing?
Please.
So last week, I had a great example of how we worked with the community, how we worked with the local clinics. I had a woman bring a Persian cat, a smush face, right? The French bulldog of cats, to Field Haven. And I
You
look
get
at the
Scottish
cat,
folds, too,
and
it
it has
says,
no
yeah.
nares, like no holes in the nose, right? And ideally, I'm a veterinarian who works in many different aspects, right? I work for general practice, shelter. I've seen lots of things. And I called the woman and I explained to her, your cat has a higher increased risk due to not being able to breathe properly. And I would recommend the best thing for your cat is to go to a full-service veterinary clinic. Now, the woman was shocked. She was like, nobody told me that. And I took the moment to educate her. Well, your cat, is bred this way, and it would be safer if it was intubated and if it had a different anesthetic protocol. Because I am familiar with many different protocols and the uses and benefits of them too. That's why I'm able to do surgery so quickly, because I don't intubate everything. But again, my surgeries are 4 minutes. Like
maybe that's even better.
Like it is. It actually, there's a
Intubation,
study
just
about
laryngeal-
that.
Yeah.
There's a study that intubation can cause tracheal tears more commonly than using masks.
So in my other life, I was a spay-neuter veterinarian
Oh, wow.
in Santa Clara. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't want
That touches our heart.
PTSD on that.
So not too much. But anyways, the woman was very grateful, and I asked her, where do you live? And she said Citrus Heights. Guess who I recommended?
Sylvan Corners.
Well, I recommended several different veterinarians in Citrus Heights. I gave her options.
Well, they're the best, though. They're the
My
best.
job is not to tell her where to go, but it's to give her options. And she picked up, we offered to vaccinate the cat since it was already there and I'd already examined it, and we microchipped it. And then she was able to take it, and I said, why don't you make the appointment in 2 weeks so you can get your vaccine booster, so that cat will be good for a year. And she was so grateful to us that we did not put her cat at risk. And that is what we're about.
How do you handle the booster shot?
Well,
does
they
it-
did
you
I told her
send
to
them
make the
vet?
appointment with the vet in 2 weeks, and they could give the booster at the same time, so she could avoid double vet visits, right? Or coming all the way back up to us, for heaven's sakes. But I mean, she can afford a vaccine booster, right? She's paying full service. But that lady just didn't know that was an option to her.
Okay.
So anyway, sorry.
Thank you for
We
answering
want to
my
work
question.
with people.
Thank you. Pardon me? I do too. Okay, thank you. We have a couple questions for this end of the team. Go for it. Go for it.
Thank you. So I'm moved by this young lady's comments with regard to RFP. And part of one of the reasons that what motivated me to really sort of jump on board with Field Haven and Dr. Netherwood, was they were really responsive. And one of the concerns that I had was, and I own 3 very expensive kitties. They're all indoor. They're very expensive to maintain. And I paid thousands of dollars for spay and neuter for them. I have the means for that, though. So I'm one of your customers. I'm not going to go to Field Haven. I think you're great.
Thanks.
But
We wouldn't want you to anything.
I'm not that customer. I'm not your client. But the point is that when one of my kitties got really sick, I called all around. It was an emergency. I called all around. All I heard was no, 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 no. And my cat had FIP.
Oh.
So, I mean, it was a really serious thing where the kitty's going to die. And fortunately, UC Davis saved her life, and now she's the poster kitty for UC Davis veterinary clinic.
Well,
She's doing well. She's in remission.
Oh, good.
Anyway, so my question for Ash was, if we decided, see, I will say that I'm a little exhausted with the patience of the veterinary community locally with my experience of, I got a problem, I can't solve my problem for weeks. So my question for Ash is, if we decided to do an RFP, I think we should be able to gather plenty of information from the comments, the many comments that we have here, to sort of put together an RFP that would work. Because quite honestly, I doubt that much in the for-profit veterinary clinics are going to be interested in what the criteria. We're looking for low cost, we're looking for a nonprofit. When we were looking at purchasing this property, one of my things was, because the thought was, okay, well, we will look at maybe the county's going to run it. No, I don't want the county to run it. Do I want our staff to run it? No, I don't want our staff. I want somebody running this clinic that has a passion for animals, that really, not to say that our staff doesn't care, but there's a motivation that goes well beyond the profit dollar here. And so that was my motivation for saying, we found Field Haven, we found a veterinarian that is, her heart is absolutely in the right place. Yeah, let's go for it. But in good governance, in the sense of good governance, I'm kind of in favor of, all right, let's put together an RFP and see what happens. But the point is, I don't have a lot of patience to wait 6 months for this to happen. I don't have a lot of
I have a
patience
question.
for
So it
doing a
says,
bunch of community
according,
meetings and.
you plan to start occupying your building next year, second quarter. Is that what I read?
I can absolutely speak to that. We have so much support. I had a lot of supplies donated from Berkeley Humane Society and UC Davis Veterinary Teaching Hospital themselves.
And Citrus Heights Pet Hospital.
They have been amazing. We're ready, but we have to do the floor, right? And then.
Well, the floor isn't going to be ready till third quarter.
Then,
That's,
then we would
yeah.
have
That's
to
what
wait.
it says
But
in the
we're
staff
ready,
report.
we're ready for it.
Third quarter, so that makes it after next summer.
Correct. So we were talking spring to make those renovations to the building.
No, construction should begin in the third quarter is what the staff report says.
Madam Mayor, on the Field Haven, we expect that to go faster than the other animal service center because it's a smaller scope. It's a
Like they're
ADA
putting in
restroom and a
offices and
polished
things like
floor.
that.
So we were looking at like Q1 or Q2 of next year for them.
Pardon me? What you're looking at? Oh, Q2, okay.
Excuse me, yeah, Q1 or Q2 of next year for Field Haven because it's a much smaller scope than the Animal Services
Okay.
Center that we'll be talking about
All right.
relative to architectural design.
And so the other building won't be ready till after they are in.
That's right, it has much more work to get done.
So my point is, what kind of staff time do we think, if we were going to put together an RFP, and it's probably got to be out for 30 days, right?
Well, I'll just say it takes time to put an RFP together. We've been working on this since March.
Yeah.
And it takes time to get it here.
Is it required?
And I will say that we are in good standing relative to our ability to lease property. I'll have City Attorney Jones speak to that. But RFPs take time to scope. We've been working in good faith with a nonprofit that came to the table. It's a long-term problem that
We've been talking about this.
has been talking around for a long time.
This is not new.
So
My question is it
I've
required?
been doing it for years.
I think I'll have City Attorney Jones answer the question that was raised relative to our process, good governance, things of that nature. And then I'm happy to come back and talk about
Okay, let-
RFP.
Okay.
Great.
I'll answer it really quickly. No, it's not required. If it was a public project, like when we go out and do construction work, when you spend those kind of public works, that is required by California state law to do an RFP. In this kind of situation, it is not required. I'll just touch on one other thing. There was a mention of gift of public funds as well. I don't see this as a gift of public funds issue. There's enough public benefit, community benefit, that allocation of this, even if in the short term the lease is below market, there's so many other public benefits that it's not a gift of public funds. I wanted to just address those two issues to the council as you're evaluating your decision.
Okay.
Great.
And I have a question for you, Ash. Why is the lease just $1? if it was supposed to be financial stability, and when we approved the purchase of the property, the goal was to reduce our $500,000 bill to the county, and it just doesn't seem it's going to reduce it that much, and
Sure.
why is the rent only, they got money, so.
Well, it's $1 for 18 months to allow them to kind of get their operation started.
That's
Then we
18
go
months,
to.
though, of no income.
Well, there's other things that come in for vouchers and things of that nature. They are also going to be investing in a surgery room and other TIs they have to
All the
do.
equipment that it takes.
And so we taught at the strategic planning retreat, this was something that I
We didn't
spoke
talk a
to.
dollar. We
And,
didn't.
well,
I
and
don't remember.
250 spay and neuter a year, that's about.
$8,000.
Based on what no,
There was
that's.
a monetary value in our.
I multiplied it.
So I'll just say this, like I said at the outset of this meeting, these partnerships are hard. That's why you don't see them happen very often. They take a investment on both sides to get done. An 18-month period goes by relatively rapidly. They'd be making investments in their own tenant improvements. We're doing minimal tenant improvements here. They would have to do their own tenant improvements, and that's where that dollar figure comes from. If
At the end
it's
of 18
successful.
months, they potentially leave all that stuff there that they do, right?
They would,
They can
at
move
the end-
their anesthesia
That's the
machines.
risk we take. We're taking on that risk.
They would, at the end of that 18 months, they would actually take their equipment out of the,
We could move equipment.
out of the building. Of course, we'd have our building delivered back to the polished floor and the ADA restroom that we put in. So we'd have to do that kind of stuff anyway.
Yeah.
But basically, there's risk on both sides. I think the risk for them, they're going to put an investment in. If it doesn't work out, well, then they've got that sunk cost as a nonprofit, and they have to pull their equipment out and do something different. If it's successful, then we would look at a lease term where it goes to $30,000 a year. And the other thing I'll say, I heard a lot of comments around the lease and things of that nature. The whole notion of a pilot program is figure out what we need to do when we get to that 3-year lease term. Maybe there's some other things that we might need to modify if we're going to go ahead and move forward. I think that the idea of a pilot program is you learn along the way to inform the future. And that's where, when I spoke to the challenges of executing on things like this, to try to anticipate every possibility when you're trying to explore some sort of new relationship, that's why a lot of things don't happen. And so this allows for an 18-month period to figure it out, and then we'd be able to move forward.
Let me
into
ask
lease
this
term.
question then. It's clear, and I'm pretty sure it's clear, that Field Haven is coming to Citrus Heights. I mean, I think we haven't voted, but it's clear. So what would prevent the process from moving forward, that process, and then still modify this lease to accommodate the veterinary cooperation that they seek? I mean, so in other words, we know they're coming, and they know they're going to have a lease. Can't you guys be working on a lease that makes everybody happy, and the terms be more direct and outlined and solid for the scope of service, whatever is? Because I think the guy from Sylvan Corners made a good point, that they're a partner with them, but they would like to see some changes. Well, I don't know why we can't just say, okay, Field Haven, you're coming, let's just put this lease and fix it.
Right.
And fix
Yeah.
it with the community.
One thing he mentioned really was a great thing, and I really love for them to help us with, is the signage. We want it to be accurate, right? And we want them to like it.
And
so
you could put that all in the
they can
lease.
help us
They could-
figure out what the heck to put up there.
Yeah.
We can meet and figure it
Yeah.
out. Like, we
So
want the people to go to the right place and the right,
Yeah. But please don't pause this. Like, I
Yeah,
was
the
worried about
pausing is
the
rough.
pause mention. Kitten season will be upon us.
No, you
and
still go
We're
forward.
fighting it.
You go forward, we
Yeah,
just don't
thank
know
you.
the final terms
Yeah.
until they're.
I think
and then
that's fair.
When we know that everybody's worked together to get it, does that work? Can that be done?
So I heard a number of different concerns tonight.
Right.
I actually think all the concerns can be overcome. And the one quote I heard was it's intended to be a collaborative relationship. That's the spirit of this. To get everyone to agree that, yes, we're good on this language, I don't know that we'll get there. But I would say that the spirit of it, I mean, I heard some things tonight that I could work with the city attorney to try to further address and further refine. If you want to give me the direction and the authority to do that, then we could do that. But ultimately.
Working with the, at least the two clinics that have concerns with the lease. Hear their concerns.
Yes, I heard one concern around scope of services and signage, and then I heard another concern of no vaccinations. And so I think that there's a variety of concerns. I think I could do my best to address the concerns that are considered to be reasonable.
Okay.
And I don't know that I'll be able to address every single concern, but I think that if you know me as your city manager, I am collaborative and I do try to get to the spirit of
Well,
an
they
issue.
only heard about it 2 weeks ago, and so that's why it bothers me that they haven't had the long-term ability to.
I do have a couple of just clarifying thoughts. So Ryan, thank you for the concise answer that the RFP is not needed because there is a humongous community benefit, which no one in this room is denying at this point, that there is a need for this service, these types of services. It is the additional services, whatever that's outlined in the lease, that I'm sure that Ashley, you can figure that out. The fact that, folks are saying that this is the first time we're hearing about this. I mean, my memory is not that great. I'm in my 40s, so I use this thing called Google, and I went to our city website, and I saw we started this process back in November of 2024, where we instructed our police chief during our strategic planning session, because we had such an outcry the prior 6 months to November about this very issue, and we had community members saying we weren't doing enough. And we decided at a strategic planning session where we spent all day, all of us have jobs, we took
Veterinarians
time off.
don't go looking at your strategic objectives. They don't, they're busy.
Well, this is the perfect time to a teachable moment, as my dad used to say. This is a document that lives on our website. We just don't go out here and make up things and do stuff just because. It's based on community feedback. And we started this process. Councilmember Schaefer had a lot of concerns about it. He said he didn't want it to be something that was run by the city. He wanted a qualified nonprofit to do it because he felt that it would be the best result for everyone involved. It's all documented here. And I just want to make a time to just say, the enemy of good is perfection, okay? We have 6 out of 11 vets in our city, in our community, who will not treat feral animals. There is a mention of vouchers by the private clinics, which is a great idea, but who's going to pay for them? Where does that money come from? That's why we're talking about a nonprofit partnership. There are no nonprofits within our city that offer these services, as relevant by the fact that we have a humongous number of, feral cats and all these little things running around here, right? Listen, I don't have a cat or a dog in this fight because I don't have animals, I have children, all right? I can't afford nothing else. I got 2 boys, that's it. This is an 18-month program. It's an opportunity for us to see what works, what doesn't work, to tweak it. And if after 18 months we say, hey, it's not a good idea, it doesn't work, we're seeing that there's a negative impact and we can't mitigate that, then we walk away from it or we try to tweak it. But to say that we should pause on something that we have been working on since November, that has been an outcry from our community for well over a year, we cannot push the brakes at this point. That's my personal opinion. That's what I believe. We can't stop at this point.
What I'm suggesting isn't a pause. Everything goes forward, it's just nothing's in writing until we get it fixed, right?
Is there a time frame?
I mean, nothing's paused, it just moves forward.
Well, you look at the resolution, we're authorizing Ash to.
Fix the lease
to
agreement.
Fix the lease agreement, yeah.
But we're authorizing approval of Field Haven as our lessee.
Madam Mayor, I don't know if the council members want to weigh in, and then I can answer the question.
That was my suggestion, so let other
Yeah.
council members.
And
weigh
then
in.
I'm happy to come back to
Vice
that.
Mayor-
I want clarity on
Vice
that.
Mayor Lopez Taff is just chomping at the bit to weigh in.
Well, I have 3 cats. I had one cat actually get pregnant and have a litter, and we were very surprised. We went to one of our local vets, because she was really young. We didn't know that she could even get in heat. And we went to a local vet, and they botched the surgery. And so we are a little veterinary shy. And after a year plus worth of public outcry, I think this is a great solution that we have worked hard to satisfy the need, along with our professional veterinary businesses in the community. We're not saying you have nothing, because again, it's been said and explained over and over again, and we understand it very clearly. These are feral populations brought in by individuals out of the kindness of their heart to do something, and they're looking for low, no-cost solutions. My question to Field Haven is, it is a concern, how do you make sure that you are serving Citrus Heights community members and those feral communities first? What's your process?
The vouchers that we're putting forth, those are for Citrus Heights only, and we want to be at the discretion of what you guys want, like how you want to verify them, because we want to make sure that we are servicing the Citrus Heights community. But as it stands now, Field Haven serves the whole community. You heard that many people from Citrus Heights make that drive up to Field Haven. We are open to our community and working with them. Like, what if Bradshaw needs help and we need to do a day for them? That's what this is for, is the whole community. But those vouchers, and the reason that we're giving you those vouchers in lieu of helping us with our rent, is because we really want to focus on Citrus Heights, especially at the beginning, to get it under control, to really just get in there and say, hey, but our goals are bigger than that. Like, eventually, we're hoping to, be bigger than that. But
what I'm looking for by way of verification is someone shows you an ID that they're an actual resident. I think that's super important, that if this is the commitment we're making to our community, as a good steward of this agreement, I would want to see actual verification. I don't know that anybody in our local rescues would balk at that suggestion.
No.
And if they do, then you're not happy with this suggestion, and you need to give us a different suggestion. But I personally am really more interested in making sure, having assurances that our residents have a solution, that we are the first option for service, because that's what we're hearing. That's what we're trying to answer the question to, solve the problem for. As far as the legalities, we addressed that with our city attorney. I'm satisfied with that. Along with, is it fiscally fair to award a lease agreement or a pilot program with a nonprofit? We do that all the time under different fund projects. You just heard a report tonight from Sayonara Center. They also have a $1 lease with the city. And so I think it is not unprecedented that we do something like this, that we remind ourselves of the problem we are solving in the best possible way to solve it. And we understand we are looking at an annual bill otherwise of $500,000 of an ineffective system that does not prioritize Citrus Heights, does not prioritize our feral community issues, and we are at a precipice of making a decision to actually solve the problem. We're all sitting here to solve problems, not to listen to more conversation about maybe a problem being solved. I'm all about solving problems. This is why I want to sit here. And so for me, this is an excellent mix of creative solution with an organization that cares enough to continue to listen to our professional community that surrounds this issue and to say, we will work together. Just do not let this stall out.
I think we all agree, so I'm not going to belabor the point.
How many animals do you have?
Yeah. I have one little dog, no cats.
Cats for you. By the way, free adoptions as well for all of our senior cats right now till the end of the month. Sorry, I just got to throw that out
That's
there.
okay. Yeah. Had to plug it. I did write down a bunch of notes and questions, but they have all been addressed. And I appreciate what my fellow council members have said so eloquently. I'd like to reiterate that we need all of the help. So Field Haven and all of the for-profit veterinarians that we have in Citrus Heights. Let's work together. So I don't see why we can't move forward with maybe some amendments and clarifications on the Field Haven lease, and then continue to work as a community, the professionals and everybody involved in solving this problem. We have 100,000 feral cats is the estimate that Melissa Hayden said. I don't know if we all agree on that number, but that is insane. If that's true, we need everybody. So let's do it.
Do you have anything further to add?
Can I make a motion?
Let's hear it.
Okay. I move that,
Councilmember Schaefer, could you please use your microphone?
thank you very much. Okay, I move that we adopt a resolution 2025, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Citrus Heights, California, authorizing the city manager to execute and adjust the lease agreement with Field Haven as needed, Feline Center in the, for the operation and management of 7555 Old Auburn Road.
I'll second.
I have a question before we vote. Is that okay to approve a lease that isn't before us, that we see the terms? Or do we have to,
Yes,
see
it is. We have done this before where you'll maybe give direction on contracts, leases. It does require some trust in your city manager and in consultation with city attorney, but we've heard a lot of the conversation, we've heard a lot of the direction, so it is legally permissible as long as the council is comfortable with it.
Well, I'm comfortable if you include at least Sylvan Corners, who's right across the street, because he wants to work with Field Haven, and I think he's got some great ideas. So if you come back with something that he says terrific, then I'd go for that.
I want to just be very clear with this. We do have in the resolution that you'd be looking to adopt that you give me some authorization to go ahead and move forward with this lease agreement, and it is subject to some minor tweaks and modifications. I mean, that,
Okay.
to get it final. Now, I also want to say, absolutely, Sylvan Corners across the street, happy to meet with them and talk about it. I don't know that we'll ever get 100% agreement, but certainly we can strive
Oh, I think you'll get a lot closer, though.
Sure, but I'm just saying, at that point, as the city attorney was saying, you would need to trust that I've made that effort, and I will absolutely make that effort.
I wish we had our Reuben replacement, because, we'd be able to have, our chief of animal services passed. And
I
he-
remember him.
Yeah, Reuben,
Reuben
and
was
so we haven't replaced him. He's irreplaceable.
Right.
And we'd have input from our animal people, but we still have some, and if you would work with that, then I could go for that. Okay.
I will do my level best to satisfy concerns to the extent I am able to.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second, so I think we'll just vote. I don't think we need a roll call.
Oh, okay.
Let's vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Okay.
Yeah, let's meet.
Madam Mayor, if I may, we have some items on the agenda. There's a department report at the end. I'd like to, if you're allow, to reschedule that to a future date. It's an economic development work plan. It was scheduled because it's supposed to be on a
okay.
6-month increment. We'll schedule that for a
Okay.
future date if you're okay?
Okay,
Okay.
that sounds good.
Council okay with that?
Please be quiet leaving. We still have a meeting in progress.
So the next item was 11B. The subject was on-call architectural engineering services 2025, award of contract. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with RMW Architecture and Interiors for on-call architectural engineering services.
Please be quiet. We're having our meeting. Please talk outside the room. Thank you. Continue, please.
So the resolution is before you on the agenda, and I'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Regina Cave, General Services Director. I will keep this brief in light of the long agenda this evening. This item before you is complementary to the last item. It is on-call engineering, architectural engineering services. As council is aware, as a small agency, we do not currently have architects or structural engineers in-house, and then from time to time, as needed for not only our own buildings that we occupy, but also complementary to economic development and planning for private commercial use, we do need architectural engineering services. For instance, when we did the recent police department emergency communication center, in order to go out to bid, because it is public works, you have to have construction drawings to be able to give direction to a contractor to make those said improvements. So we did release a request for qualifications in March. We received 4 statements of qualifications from experienced architectural engineering firms and their respective subconsultants for the level of services that we would require. After further review by staff, we narrowed it down to 2, and we have made our recommendations to proceed with RMW Architecture and Interiors. Now, the project or this contract would, upon immediate execution, we would also do what's called a task order to give immediate direction to RMW and their firm to start the evaluation and analysis process for both Old Auburn buildings, with a critical path directive to focus on the building 7555 that Field Haven will occupy, to make sure that we get immediate construction drawings, hopefully before the end of the year, to address the floors and the ADA bathroom as outlined by City Manager Feeney. And then simultaneously, we would proceed with the review, analysis, and design for the building that Animal Services Division would occupy. And that building would be used for Animal Services staff, as well as short-term holding facilities for animals before they are determined to have to be transported to Bradshaw Animal Clinic. So this item before you again is to request authorization to execute a 3-year contract with RMW Architectural Interiors.
Any questions? Motion?
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I don't see a motion on the screen.
No, I'm sorry.
One on the
I don't know if
agenda.
the resolution is in front of you, Amy?
Resolution. Here.
Would you like me to read the title of the
Here,
resolution?
I will do the resolution. I move to resolve that the City of Citrus Heights authorizes the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with RMW Architecture and Interiors for on-call architectural engineering services 2025.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
The next item is regular calendar, item number 12. The subject is 2025 Road Resurfacing Project, Award of Construction Contract. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Valley Slurry Seal International for the 2025 Road Resurfacing Project, and finding the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Section 15301.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Leslie Bloomquist, City Engineer, here to give a brief update on our 2025 road resurfacing project. Back in December of 2023, the City Council adopted the current pavement preservation plan. This plan shifts the approach the city is taking regarding pavement preservation, and it identified 3 years' worth of roadway resurfacing. This plan changed what had historically been the approach, which was to find the worst streets in the city and repave them with a full-width grind and overlay. That is a very costly approach to roadway resurfacing and resulted in very few streets getting any sort of treatment each year. The 2023 plan looks more towards a preservation approach, and instead of performing costly reconstruction methods to the worst streets, it instead looks to maintain and enhance the existing infrastructure rather than fully removing and replacing that top layer of asphalt. This approach aligns with industry norms, best practices on pavement preservation, and aligns with what other agencies in the region are doing. It's more cost-effective, you get a bigger bang for your buck, and you can resurface many, many more streets per year. We're actually wrapping up resurfacing of our first 2 roadways under the new plan. Sunrise Boulevard was recently resurfaced from Madison to Greenback, as was the Dewey Van Maren corridor from the southern city limits near Connemara up to Auburn Boulevard, and we also resurfaced Macy Plaza Drive. On the right are a few photos of the final product of each of these roadways. There is still some ongoing follow-up work and final items with these roads, but the roadway resurfacing portion is complete. So if you have driven on the new surface, that'll be really similar to what you can expect for a majority of the streets that are included in the 2025 resurfacing project. However, in addition to the new roadway surface, there is more that goes into a roadway resurfacing project. We actually started working on the 2025 streets back in 2024, about a year ago, when we crack sealed 76 streets. We crack sealed 279,000 linear feet of cracks last year for these streets. For just over $300,000 was the cost, and that was all in preparation for the contract that is for consideration tonight. In addition, depending on the resurfacing treatment that is identified for each street, accessibility regulations require the city to upgrade the adjacent curb ramps to meet current ADA regulations, and therefore the city recently awarded a construction contract for the 2025 accessibility and drainage project. Included in that project is 128 accessible curb ramps, which are shown by the green dots in the map on the right of the screen. When we resurface streets, we also look to repair any damaged sidewalk, curb, and gutter. So that contract also includes over 7,800 square feet of sidewalk repairs and 1,700 linear feet of curb and gutter repairs. And we also look to make sure that the underlying infrastructure, the storm drain systems, are in good condition as well. We don't want to have to come back and dig up a newly resurfaced road to repair the storm drain. So that project also includes over 2,300 linear feet of storm drain repairs. And it's just under $4 million for that preparatory work for the contract that's before you tonight. So the contract that is before you tonight is the 2025 roadway resurfacing project, and it includes resurfacing on 125 streets. So in this project, there's even more than just the resurfacing. It also includes localized pavement repairs. These are essentially spot repairs of the pavement where we will need to remove some of the asphalt and replace it before we put that top layer of resurfacing on top. Then the new surface would be applied to the roadway, and depending on the condition of the existing road, the number of cars that travel on it each day, and some other factors, it will receive either a slurry seal or a multi-layer surface. So the location of the streets in the contract for your consideration tonight is shown on the map on the right, and depending whether it's getting a multi-layer or a slurry seal is in a different color on that map. And finally, after the road gets its new surface, we have to come back and restripe that road. However, we won't necessarily just put back the same striping that's there currently. The striping for each street has been looked at individually, and the new recommended striping is based off of past resident concerns that we've received and logged through the General Services Department. We also take into consideration new engineering best practices, as well as recommendations in other adopted city plans, such as the Bikeway Master Plan and the Pedestrian Master Plan. Because this is a large project, 125 streets with all the prep work and the striping, it has been broken up into 7 zones for implementation. The first zone, Zone 1, which will be completed later this year by October 31st, includes the areas shown in magenta on the map on the screen now. This is Antelope Road from the western city limits near Saybrook to Laupe Lane, and it includes the portion of Tupelo between Antelope Road and Millwood and the portion of Lichen between Antelope and Brimstone. And this work is scheduled to be done at night to minimize impacts to the traveling public. Skipping over to Zone 6, this includes the roadways near schools, namely Lichen K through 8, Mesa Verde High School, and Carriage Drive Elementary. These zones will be done during the week, but we are strongly encouraging the contractor to schedule those during school breaks, such as spring break or any other recesses that might be in session, but we do have to work with the weather as well. The remaining zones, zones 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7, are divided up into strategic areas and are largely based on the curb ramp contractor schedule so that we make sure that we follow the curb ramp installations and we don't get ahead of them for the remainder of that work. All of the remaining streets, except for Oak Avenue, are scheduled to be done during the day, but due to the volumes on Oak Avenue and because that roadway does get pretty narrow in some areas, we are anticipating that Oak Avenue will likely need to be done at night. So all of these zones, zones 2 through 7, are anticipated to be completed in 2026 once we get past the winter season and we have favorable weather again after we complete Zone 1 this year. We did bid the project and we received 3 bids. The low bid came in at just over $8 million. And when we break that up for the various items of work, it's about $1.4 million in the localized pavement repairs, just over $800,000 in slurry seal, over $4.5 million for the multi-layer resurfacing, and $1.275 for the replacement of the striping. And we are recommending a contingency on top of that for any unforeseen or additional items that come up during construction. And looking at CEQA, we have evaluated the project and found that there is no expansion of use beyond the existing, so this is exempt per CEQA Section 15301. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I also have the motion on the screen before you.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Have we used this firm before?
We have, they are actually the ones that did the work on Sunrise Boulevard.
They did the Sunrise, okay. I remember we awarded the contract for Dewey Drive on June 27th, hoping that it might get done in that paving season. Didn't happen.
This is not that contractor.
Okay. Enough said.
Regina,
Thank you.
Regina was shaking her fist at him, yeah. Any other questions?
I actually have a quick question for Oak Avenue, because I know there's also a lot of residential on Oak Avenue, exactly where you're saying, and that's evening work, and I know it can be extremely loud. I don't know what the noticing requirements are, but is there an ability, if there's public outcry, which I imagine there might be, for that smaller section, is there an ability to amend timing on that?
Absolutely. We did put what we thought would be kind of the worst case in the specs, knowing that if we wanted to change it to day work, it wouldn't be extra cost. So we did work it that way, so we can have that conversation with the contractor once that it is awarded.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So I'm looking at a couple of lists that I have, okay. First of all, I really love this, if anybody, it's supposed to be online, this is your pavement index, okay? And it makes no rhymes or reasons, but Sylvan Road is really bad. And so there was what you talked about, the crack sealing, okay? And the list on the crack sealing is just about parallels the list on the 125. So are they being, on the 125 being redone since they've been crack sealed?
They are not. So the crack seal is only
That list,
done.
they're almost identical. Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
They're almost identical.
So the original pavement preservation plan identified certain treatments, but things have changed since that plan was adopted. So we went back out and reevaluated. Streets that were slated for crack seal from the original list have already been crack sealed, and they are not included in the new contract, but they are included in the new contract for the slurry seal itself.
Okay, all right. I just want to apologize to everybody in District 4. We have one street on this list of 125. But I think the other 124 streets are fine. That was my question. One street.
Mayor, if you will, I would like to make a comment. Regina Cave, General Services Director. I just wanted to acknowledge City Engineer Leslie Bloomquist for all of her hard work to bring this here before you this evening. This was a huge lift, as you know, when we came to council in 2023 with a very aggressive pavement preservation plan. We knew that it was going to require a lot of work. We also thought at that time we'd have maybe a few more engineers under our tutelage, and that unfortunately has not come to fruition as much as we'd like to. So Leslie has been doing a lot of this lift, if not all of it, on top of Dewey Drive project, on top of the drainage and ADA improvement project that's going on right now in preparation of this project, on top of our $30 million Auburn Boulevard project. our traffic signal operations and streetlight operations, and the list goes on and on. So I just want to.
Leslie's worked hard. Last time we kind of commented on how hard she works.
She is pretty phenomenal. So I just wanted to give all this recognition to Leslie, what she deserves. And we're very excited to be able to bring this project, kind of our first run at this 3-year preservation plan, to the community.
And I want to commend our city manager for making this a priority for our residents.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and I echo Director Cave's sentiments around our city engineer Bloomquist, fantastic, and also Director Cave's leadership on this. We wouldn't have this pavement preservation strategy without their efforts, and they took that task so seriously. And when the council said, we want to see infrastructure as one of our budget priorities, they made it happen. I'm starting to hear from people, hey, things are looking different. You're starting to see, you know, the roadways are feeling different. And at the end of this 3-year plan, it's going to look a lot different.
Except at the end of the 3-year plan, I've had 9 streets.
And we got 3 more years after that where I bet there's going to be a lot more streets included. And one of the things we talked about earlier, we learn as we go, and we learn some things as we did this strategy.
It is. All the streets in my district are so poor. They are the old fashioned where you had to dig them up and redo them because they're.
I'm just going to say, helps on the way. Helps on the way.
I mean, community drive is like, you know.
Once it comes, though, so I got a lot of county streets that I'm getting credit for. I love it.
Oh, which ones?
Oh, Park Oaks, there's a ton of them that are right adjacent to Dewey.
County.
So they think, oh, wow, they did Dewey and they did Park Oaks and all these other.
All right, who wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that we adopt Resolution 2025, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Citrus Heights, California, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Valley Slurry Seal International for the 2025 road surfacing project and finding the project is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, under Section 15301.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes. While we're talking about kudos for our staff, besides Leslie, I'd like to comment and compliment Susan, our finance director, who put out our budget in brief, which you can find at the back of the room. This is our annual budget in brief. There's a lot of information in here. So those of you who are watching us on YouTube, it is online as well, but you don't get the real pretty copy unless you come to the meeting and pick one up, right? But anyhow, we do have a budget in brief came out today, hot off the press.
The next item is regular calendar item number 13. The subject is Communications Utility Provider Presentation, Intrepid Fiber Networks.
Good evening again. Regina Cave, General Services Director of the City of Citrus Heights. This presentation before you this evening will be provided by Intrepid. Intrepid is an open access broadband fiber company that has approached the General Services Department in the last year as a public utility and is interested in deploying a network pilot project here in Citrus Heights. So they're here to give a presentation on their business model and to be able to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Jeff Polacek. I'm the CCO of Intrepid Fiber Networks. We've been working really in the Sacramento area over the last 6 months, working to develop plans in multiple municipalities. And as part of that, we're here to present to you on what that would look like within Citrus Heights. As a bit of a background, Intrepid, you'll see later that we're funded by a company called Brookfield Infrastructure. We're looking to deploy $66 million of our own capital into improving the state of the infrastructure network so that we can provide a broadband service to residents. As part of that, you'll see as a background that we have extensive experience in being able to deploy fiber networks in areas. We've already completed over 7 million feet of construction in other areas. And then as part of that, we're now have about 3.5 million homes that we're looking to service as part of our overall plan. We are an open access network. As part of this, though, we would expect to have an anchor customer. At this point, that customer is not signed for this area. However, in most of our serving areas, it is a T-Mobile through T-Fiber product that we offer. I did speak a little bit about how we're funded. We are funded by Brookfield asset management. Brookfield Asset Management has over $1 trillion of assets under management. About $200 billion of that is in the infrastructure group, which we are part of. So we're well funded to be able to complete a $60 million investment in Citrus Heights. We are operating networks currently in 2 states and actively working in California in multiple municipalities. The feedback from these areas has been very positive. We're very used to having to deal with all the things that come along with having to construct a network in a residential area. Our view on this is that all residents are potential customers, so we need to make sure that we treat them be able to communicate with them as part of the overall process that we'll go through here in a second. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Eddie, who's with me here tonight, to go through the value of an open access network and then get into a little bit of the details of the project itself.
All right. So I'm Eddie Holland. I'm the Director of Market Expansion for Intrepid Fiber. So what we're trying to build is an open access network, and essentially what that is we go in once with the philosophy of build once. We build a fiber network that we then lease space on to any other ISP that might want to come in and
I
service.
can't hear you. Can you do something to that microphone?
All right, let me get a little
There you
closer.
go. I get old, I can't hear late at night, you know.
Yeah, it's been a long one. So essentially, we build once. We lease that space on our network to any other ISP that wants to come in and service these customers. So we're promoting competition. We're promoting choice for the end user. At the end of the day, we own and maintain the network at no cost to the city. Let me get to that next slide. Is it this one? Yeah. All right. And then, so basically just wanted to go over a little bit of, value of fiber. Everybody knows kind of, internet's great. High speeds are fantastic. But ultimately, there's some economic benefits when it comes to having fiber coverage within the city limits. So there was a study done by the Brattle Group, and essentially what they had found was housing prices typically rose about 3%. So there was a premium on homes that had a fiber offering to them. So that along comes with that is, increased property values, increased property taxes, things like that. It also stimulates local job creation and job growth. So obviously both things that the city council likes to see improvement on year over year. It also improves access to healthcare. I know there's a lot of growth in the healthcare sector within the area. So what this does is it gives folks a reliable and secure method of getting access to, let's say, telehealth options and things like that for those that don't necessarily have the means to travel to all their appointments. It also gives us the ability to work from home, virtual reality, gaming, all of the fun stuff that comes along with internet. But it also can cover a lot greater distances, so you're not going to have all of the same types of equipment in the right of way that you would with any other type of network.
Before you move on to that slide,
yeah.
So, but you're not the internet.
Councilmember Schaefer, could you please turn on your microphone?
You're not the ISP. You're not the ultimate person who's going to sell to me, but you're quoting the pricing here. Is this what the pricing is going to be to them, or is this what the pricing is going to be to the end user? And how do you manage that piece?
This is a kind of a typical range of what we're seeing so far across our existing markets. So it could be on the higher end, it could be on the lower end. Ultimately, with our method, this supply and demand kind of meet where the price kind of settles where it needs to be for the market.
That's pretty cheap.
That is a nice price, yeah.
Right. And then obviously some other benefits for fiber is with part of a project like this, there would be plans to potentially connect city buildings with a dark fiber offering, meaning you can have direct communication, secure communication between whether that's City Hall, emergency services, things like that. So there's obviously the benefit there, including not only the fiber network, but having a large-scale infrastructure project within your city. Potentially hundreds of new employees working for, possibly 3 to 4 years. Their daily wages are spent on, restaurants, housing, food, gas, all of those things. In addition to local suppliers supplying, tools, fuel for equipment, parts, things like that. So not only just the benefit of the fiber network, but the project itself also funnels additional money into the city. Okay. And so this slide kind of talks a little bit about our philosophy on collaboration with the city. We want to be a good partner. We want to be, a good steward of this project and work alongside. Obviously, with a large infrastructure project, there are going to be hiccups in the road, and we want to, work together and solve these proactively as we can. We like to have local folks working in the area. That way we have local representation, and it's not just somebody, states away that's making these calls. So we like to have people in the area that can address some of these concerns.
Is that picture on top, that's not your fiber, right? The top picture?
Yeah, that's our installation.
Yeah, it's a picture of our construction.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Not here, but it's just an example.
I do have a question.
Sure.
In light of our presentation for pavement and all that, how do you work with construction projects that are, or street repair projects that are already in motion, planned? Our streets have seen a lot of tearing up and repairing. How do you coordinate that if you were to be awarded a contract?
So typically, we'll get a list of streets, so the paving plan, so whatever that will be for, whatever that's, a single year, a multi-year paving plan. And then we'll go to our construction team and we'll give them that information. They'll try to plan out where we phase things, where we start. That way we can get in ahead of new paving, because we don't want to go in and cut up a brand new road.
Yeah, I'm just, still smarting from one of our utilities tearing up my street and repairing it to make it look like patchwork. And so I'm always very aware of any utility type related work, because your level of repair may not meet the expectation of repair. So thank you.
Is there a percentage? Is there a percentage that you expect to see that's going to be overhead service versus underground service? Is it 50% overhead and 50% underground, or?
We've got that a little bit later, so we'll get to that. I don't remember that number.
We're cutting you
off
off.
the top of my head.
Move along.
It's like you know what we're going to say before we get there. So as part of our community outreach, we've got multiple ways for the public to reach out to us. Ultimately, we want to take some of that burden off of city staff, because anytime there's a large project like this, you guys are going to get inundated with calls, concerns, things like that. So what we like to do is we'd like to send out lots of information. We have phone numbers, we have websites, we have QR codes for people to scan. We have an issue resolution tracker. So we've got multiple ways for the residents to reach out to us, so we can help resolve those issues and take that off of your guys' back. So here's a quick, I'm not going to get too deep into this because it is late and nobody wants to do that. But essentially, we are planning to use a method called microtrenching. As you can see in the photos, it is a very, very narrow trench. It's basically a big carbide tooth saw that drops into the ground. It's about 2 inches wide. We go about 16 to 18 inches deep, depending it stays below the road base. That way, anytime in the future, if anything needs to get repaved, our utilities are safe there. So then,
So when you cover up that hole, you just have a splotch that goes up the street?
there are different
Do you have a
methods.
picture of what it looks like after you've repaired it? Okay, keep going.
Yeah. So here is a quick photo of what it looks like. And so we have this method that we have proposed. We've used it in a couple of places. It does stand out because the patch is very black. It does not oxidize. It does not gray like the road.
That's the patch?
Yes. So it's very small. It's basically just about a 4-inch wide line in the road. And so as the road gets older, it looks even more out of place because it does not oxidize. It stays in place. But essentially what we use this for is it's very quick. It takes away the need for having crews to go out there and grind up the street and repave and things like that. So that's something that we are in discussion with some of the engineers, kind of talking about
Madam Mayor.
methods and stuff like that.
Madam Mayor, if I can just get a clarification before you move from this slide. I see it where you're speaking that you can color match the street. So are you saying that do you make an effort to color match the street?
We can
Because-
color match, but essentially whatever color we choose, it will not change, but the road will change. So we can put in a more gray color, and at some point, the road will match it, but then if the road degrades farther, then it will no longer match.
Well, I know that just from a standard standpoint, this is something that's still a subject of discussion relative to what we'll accept for that repair.
I have a question as you're moving along. When you put it on one side of the street, is that only for that side of the street, and then you have to trench on the other side of the street for the other side of the street? Or does one trench take both sides?
So typically, we construct what's called an H pattern, where you build through one side of the street, you find a location where you can cross the street.
Oh, so you know.
Typically,
you can
that's
trench
via
across.
directional bore, and then you are able to service the homes on the other side of the street. Because as part of this plan, we certainly want to be able to get to all residences and have access on both sides of the street. You want to go through the project overview?
Yeah. Okay, so as far as the project overview, we've designed a network deployment within the city of Citrus Heights. It's about almost 1.5 million feet of fiber to service over 36,000 homes and businesses. If you look on the left, the highlighted blue areas are areas that currently have a fiber offering. If you look on the right, that is our high-level design that we've put together, which covers essentially the rest of Citrus Heights.
Are those your fibers on the left, or somebody else's?
Somebody else's.
Okay.
And so we're essentially trying to partner with the city and make this happen. We want to stay ahead of roadway restorations like we had mentioned earlier. We want to make sure that when we're done, the roads are in as good or better condition than we started. And so this is part of the conversation is how do we collaborate and make this thing happen? So we've chosen a pilot area to start our efforts in. We currently have engineering taking place right now. They're preparing our first permit drawings. And so what we do essentially with a pilot, and I think you guys are aware, we engineer and try to permit this small area to understand the processes and some of the challenges that we simply don't know from the planning stage. And so we've chosen this small area here. It's about 1,300 residential addresses, and that's kind of where we'll start. Once we get kind of final approval to move forward, this would be the first place where we would kind of have a
The green
groundbreaking.
is your pilot, the green stuff?
Yes. Yes. we-
What's on my vision sucks, what's the street that's on the top of the green? What street is that?
So the Sunrise Mall is right there. That's the Sunrise
okay,
Mall.
so this
That's
is-
Target right there.
Oh, okay,
You get an idea.
okay.
And so we try to choose an area that's kind of representative of the whole. We have an area there that's got some aerial where utility poles where we would be attaching there. And then there's an area of underground that has kind of a mix of homes and kind of apartments and things like that. Right. And so essentially our next steps, I know we've been talking with Ash and his team about finalizing a license agreement and what that looks like, and approval of, a mutually beneficial micro trench restoration method. And then following up from that, like I mentioned, we have our permit submission, hopefully culminating in approval there, and then begin deployment of our network.
Any questions?
Yes, I'm curious, for the above ground lines, are you following where there are already lines above ground? You're
Correct.
not putting in new poles or anything like that?
Correct. We don't place our own new poles. We're just hanging them where they're already there.
Gotcha. Okay. Also, thank you for being here so late in the evening.
Oh, yeah.
So there are times as part of that attachment process where the pole owner will then need to replace the facilities and then upgrade them to allow a new attachment. So there is the possibility that SMUD, as part of this, could replace a pole to allow other attachments. But they do that as part of their normal maintenance process as well. So it's pretty standard for them to do that review as part of new applications.
Well, your green area, just so you know, is like Area 11, right? Is that area? They're not due for repaving till 2027, so you'll be ahead of the paving project.
All right.
Don't we already have, didn't Roseville Telephone put a whole bunch of fiber down Auburn Boulevard?
We have different purveyors here in Citrus Heights that have had projects since COVID and actually before COVID where they've upgraded a lot of their 4G and 5G, but very little areas, I believe, that are actually fiber.
And typically what we see is in a lot of areas, there's a lot of attention towards businesses. And certainly we're interested in business activity as well. However, there's not a lot of investment into the residences. So choice is essentially the incumbents, either the cable company or the phone company, as the only providers of a broadband service, and neither of them are symmetric and capable of providing the same speeds at the costs as a fiber-based service.
Looks like a lot more work for Leslie. So I think my only problem I have is that line going down the road. So what do we do with making sure that the pavements doesn't look?
Well, that's one of the subjects that we're still working through. So there's a master service agreement or license agreement, for lack of a better term, that has been continuing to be negotiated. We have gotten a red line agreement over to Intrepid, and we have some language in there that speaks to a consideration of a microtrench standard, but ultimately it is our approval on what that standard is going to look like, and it needs to be something that the city's agreeable to. The Intrepid is a public utility, and they have a right to operate in the utility area, in the public easement area. We have restoration standards for trenches that are already adopted. The micro trench is something that we're working through right now, but that is something that we'll continue to work on with them. But like on this color matching and
That would be nice.
things of that nature. Those are some of the details that I think we still need to work on. And you can see from the presentation that was earlier, this council and the city's investing majorly into pavement restoration. And it's going to be very important to us that detail is right.
Right.
Because like Mary Jane said, it's like those patches look terrible. When somebody trenches and then just patches.
I think maybe we'll take a trip up there next time you're in town.
Any questions?
No, just a comment. I've kind of, looked into this, and this has been like on my dream bucket list amongst many other things for the city. And I know we still have a lot of road to pave in our neighborhoods and such. So I think if we are able to find a way that we start with the things that we know are not going to have to be repaved until later on and get the micro trenching in, it's already down. So when you pave the roads, it's a done deal.
Like that green splotch, yeah, that's.
Yeah, And that way, all we're really talking about is like for, like my beautiful area down Sunrise in front of the mall, right? I just got new pavement, right? I like it.
And my street's not gonna be paved for a long time, so
We should
come on.
start in Tim's neighborhood. Yeah, just go over there.
I'll be dead when my.
But like starting those areas where we know that there's a long runway, I think would be a really good way to kind of like mitigate some of this so that we can kind of get started. Because I mean, just think about it, having
When did you
fiber
plan to get started on it?
tomorrow.
No, him. Not you. I know you're ready to go. When would this all take place?
I think ideally, if everything worked out the way we'd like it to, we'd like to start construction before the end of the year.
Do you work in the winter?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, compared to Minnesota, it shouldn't be a big deal.
And when you're working, does it cause road closures? I mean, did you put so much equipment out there that traffic becomes a problem?
You want me to speak?
Yeah.
So, yes, I mean, we'll have lane closures on, well, most of the streets as part of being able to get the equipment in. The microtrenching specifically moves quite quickly, though, so it's a moving operation, and it'll limit the amount of traffic impact as part of moving. Aerial installation also happens quite rapidly, so it'll move very quickly. There are portions of this as well that are rear lot aerial, so there'll be access into people's backyards to be able to get to the pole lines.
So you put this in and then cable, is that what happens? Portia Cable comes and uses their fiber to sell you their internet?
Yeah, and it creates a market where, you know what, I can go shop around. So right now, like my only option in my neighborhood is Comcast,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
But if I would go to Food Max, I could have AT&T, but that's not an option because they don't come across the street.
Right.
And just to touch base on the comment about working in the wintertime, we actually also have a moratorium that we impose during the winter to minimize the amount of traffic that's around any of our shopping areas, business areas, as well as our residents, especially during the holidays when people have, families over. We want to make sure that we're minimizing any impacts during those times.
That's good.
I have another question about the aerial lines. Should we, or should SMUD or a utility who currently have lines want to put them underground? How does that work with you guys? Does that inhibit the project?
No, so as part of the pole owner, the agreement we have with SMUD would then, if they decide to move that, we're part of the, all of the attachers are then part of the cost to be able to move that to underground.
Nice.
So it becomes a shared and distributed cost to the people that are attached to the pole.
Okay.
Most of that cost is borne by the pole owner, but it is distributed.
And in your history, have you ever protested that?
No, actually, by the way the agreement's written, it wouldn't really be possible for us to protest that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? This is just a presentation, Mary Jane.
Yeah, one more question. What is the disruption to the ultimate user? So a resident, you're going to drop fiber into a neighborhood. You have a street strategy, all that. What's the downtime experienced by the resident potentially on the low end and the high end?
Downtime on the service or downtime
Service.
on, well, there wouldn't be any downtime on existing service. So this would be new services provided in addition to the existing cable and coax copper offerings that they would have. So there wouldn't be
So it'd
any-
be an opt-in, that's just a switch over for the
Correct.
resident, that's an option. Yeah.
So as part of our construction, the demarc is effectively at the property line. And then that allows the consumer to make the decision of ordering the service and then extending that from the property line into the home.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I got one more question.
Good.
So why'd you pick Citrus Heights? Why not Rancho Cordova or Folsom, or are you doing work there too, or?
We are,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, Rancho Cordova was actually started by a competitor of ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not sure I have much else to say about that. But we are interested in other municipalities. We're actually working in a couple of areas within Sacramento County right now.
Cool.
So this must be, you say, no, he brought up something. So you have competitors, so like you could be laying it over here and then some other company could come in and want to put it somewhere else in our city, or is that how? Or do you
Certainly,
get the
it's certainly
exclusive?
possible, as everyone is, well, we have a CPCN with the state of California that allows us. The competitor Rancho Cordova actually does not. But there is the possibility of open competition for others to be able to provide this. What we like about the open access model, and the council member Middleton actually just mentioned that, is that it allows us to build the infrastructure and then others to be able to use the infrastructure. And that really reduces the long-term impact of others having to open the streets again to be able to offer the exact same type of service.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? Then thank you so much for coming. We look forward to the project, see what happens.
Thank you.
Faster, better, faster.
Yeah. Bionic internet. Next item?
So just, the next item was the department report on the economic development work plan, but that's going to be continued to a future meeting. So the next item is city manager items.
I'm not going to produce any slides, though there are some that exist. You will see Marie calendars being demoed in the coming days, so if you get some questions around that. And then in addition to that, I just want to acknowledge and thank Director Talwar and her team for producing the budget and brief, and also the budget book was published as well on our webpage. And then finally, we'll be closed on Labor Day on Monday and back open on Tuesday.
I just wanted to clarify, the reason Marie Callender's is being torn down is because it's bad inside. People ask me, why are you tearing it down? Because it got ruined on the inside by unhoused people? Is that what happened?
Yeah, it is decayed, unfortunately decayed to a terrible condition, and that's one of the challenges we have with vacant
And
buildings.
same with Elephant Bar?
Both those two are real challenges, and so ultimately it's being demoed. The city council approved a conditional use permit for a drive-through at that location, and so the property owner is choosing to demo the Marie Callender's building.
Does he have a client yet?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that he's been marketing the property.
Okay, so, oh, go ahead.
But I just wanted to mention that on the Marie Callender's, because there will be some activity out there that you might get some questions on. Okay. And that's no further updates from me. Thank you.
Okay, you might want to put a pitch in for city lights. City lights?
Oh, Citrus Nights.
Citrus
Yes,
Nights,
I was
that's
going to do that the next council meeting because we have one more meeting before that. But yes,
Okay.
we're going to have Citrus Nights later this month on September 18th. September 19th. September
Okay,
19th.
so Lori at the vet center wants to have a booth there, so who does she contact?
She can contact Jessica Andrews from our team. I don't know that there'll be many booth opportunities, but we'll be able to talk to her about that.
Oh, okay, I thought there was, no?
I don't know that
Okay.
to be true or not, so,
Okay.
but she can reach out to Jessica Andrews.
Okay, let's follow up on that if we could. So before I adjourn the meeting, I want to adjourn the meeting in the name of Jean Roncevelle, who passed away a couple weeks ago, and I meant to adjourn the last meeting in her name. And I'd like to read what our city manager wrote about Jean. Jean's commitment to honoring and serving our veterans was unmatched. Through her warmth, leadership, and tireless dedication, she helped create a place where veterans and their families could find connection, support, and respect. She had a gift for making everyone feel welcome, whether they were visiting the center for the first time or had been part of the family for years. Her vision and compassion strengthened not only the Veterans Community Center, but also the fabric of Citrus Heights. Jean's impact can be seen in the lives she touched, the programs she championed, and the community spirit she nurtured. While those that knew her will mourn her loss, we are deeply grateful for her legacy she leaves behind, a legacy of service, kindness, and love for the community. We're adjourned.